The Apocalypse of Isaiah, chapters 1 through 36. Chapter 1. The Words of the Blessing of Isaiah. Now, thus are the words which doth contain the blessing of Isaiah, by which he was blessed, numbered among the elect and justified, who foreseeing the day of tribulation forsook all of his sins, renouncing and denouncing all the wicked and godless, unto whom it is unbeknownst the acceleration of both vision and prophecy, as unto the very fulfillment thereof, even unto the very day of the great separation, whereat that time they shall become as wood afore the furnace, by sovereign decree appointed for complete and utter removal. For it is even the time of the very vintage afore the great gleaning, when the wheat and the tares hath reached final maturity. This is the consummation of the age, predestined afore the foundation of the world by Yahusha, as a witness of that which even now already is. Isaiah shalt give his account and answer unto Elohim, thus declaring this testament, which concerneth all that he saw come to pass, whilst the eyes of his Ruach were yet opened, for to perceive in the Ruach, by the Ruach, a holy vision, that which El Yahusha Adoni Tsevaoth alone couldst reveal unto me. From whence beheld I all that I wouldst later consider with insight, first dimly, then also in fullness, that I mayest behold an end of all flesh, things not for a remote people, yet afar off, nor a distant generation, which is for to come, but yea, for this final generation, on account of true Yashariel, who by name are called the elect of Yahusha Kana, whose name is jealous. Therefore upon our account didst I proceed for to write, and yea, upon communing with him, and upon inquiring of him, was I shown a parable as in a solemn express similitude, namely a doxology filled with great praise, as a blessing which toucheth both heaven and earth, expressly that which appertaineth unto Yahusha Hanil Cham Vahamanat Seach Tamid El Oivav, Yahusha, the sovereign Elohim, who thus declareth, I am the sovereign Lord, the almighty Savior, I that am glorious in mine apparel, traversing in the greatness of my strength, I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. For I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there is none with me. For I do trod them in mine anger, trampling them in my fury, and their blood is thus sprinkled upon my garments, staining all my raiment. As it is written, will I also remember the mercies of the Lord, and the praises of the Lord, according to all that the Lord hath bestowed upon us, and the great goodness toward the house of Yasharel, which he hath given us according to his tender mercies, and according to the multitude of his loving kindnesses. For he said, surely they are my people, children that will not lie. So he became our Savior. Therefore the Almighty shall soon depart from his lofty majestic throne, our great and eternal Eluah, who sitteth betwixt the cherubim. From his high holy habitation he cometh down with great zeal, to repay as a thief in the night, yea, even by an untimely visitation, for to execute vengeance upon his league. For with great zeal, and for his high holy name's sake, he maketh the condemned an open spectacle of the righteous judgment, that he mayest quench the raging flames of his fierce and fiery indignation. For the Lord, by the slaying of his sword, even by the word of his mouth, as by the breath of his lips, upbraideth and uprooteth all the rebellious, all they who in futility doth imagine vain things against him. For by unquenchable fire he doth adjudicate, and all onlookers do tremble. Thus shall he ease himself of all his adversaries, that in that day, and from thenceforth, he alone is crowned Melech Melachim Va'adon Adonim, which is to be interpreted, Yahusha El Shaddai, the King of kings and Lord of lords, for he is the originator and maker of all the players, and of the onlookers, and of the league, and of all they that do contend therein. Yea, he shalt very shortly tread upon the highly exalted places of the league, as he reveals himself with his mighty hosts, by name, who are the select elect of his aforechosen and elite company of the overcoming and overachieving all-stars. Yea, that his fame wouldst be made known throughout all the earth, even as his great power reveals him as Most High. Thus all are horribly sore afraid. The onlookers also art weighed down beneath a heavy and burdensome stone. For in that day, saith Yahuwah Tsevaoth, shall it be revealed unto them as the rock of offense, and unto all they that do offend, who encompasseth, yea, wholly gathered round about, is set forth a cup of much fear and of great trembling. But unto the elect, who of the league art besieged, the Lord makes himself known unto them as the rock of defense. For great trembling doth perpetually seize all onlookers, even unto the uttermost ends of the league. The lights hath gone out, the bulbs too art withdrawn of their fluorescent shining. The whole league loudly waileth, yea, a most bitter, doleful lamentation. For the Lord doth utter his voice with a great and tumultuous shout. The high rims are made low, each and every rim and backboard art, yea, wholly rent asunder. The whole league is utterly astonished at this, even at this very horrific sight, and the sounds of the calamity thereof. For calamity doth come upon all, even as travail cometh upon a woman with child, wherein none shall escape. For all that therein is cometh to naught, yea, they becometh as though they hadst never been. For fierce rebuke is poured out upon all the onlookers, upon the players, upon the coaches, upon the referees, yea, upon the whole league, even the very commissioner appointed over the league thereof. For the Lord doth enter into judgment with them, even as he entereth into Jerusalem, in unto his holy courts. Therein his set apart borders in the land of Yashara'el. For in that day he shall rule with what is even as unto a rim's rod of iron, yea, for ever and ever in the majesty of his great glory. For he would hath recovered all that is his, and shall make us fully satiate, and we shall become abundantly blessed. For the splendor of Yahuwah shall shine forth, as he doth smile upon us forevermore, yea, even as he shineth brightly forever and ever through, and upon the countenance of his elect one. For behold, El-Yahusha Kana cometh in the clouds, with clouds upon clouds. He cometh in vengeance, for to cut off all the dwellers of the land of Idumea. For by his sword, which is bathed in heaven, and by unquenchable fire, shall that day come swiftly upon all those of Yahuwah's curse, they who being greatly despised are least among the Gentiles. What is that fragrant savor? It is a sweet offering arisen unto our eternal Eluah. For an evening oblation is offered up unto him in that day of thick darkness. As it is written, the lion is come up from his thicket, and the destroyer of the Gentiles is on his way. He is gone forth from his place to make thy land desolate, and thy cities shall be laid waste without inhabitant. For even unto Idumea is this, a very horrific calamity foreseen. Yea, it is Yahusha's sacrifice in Botzra. Yea, a great slaughter in the land of Idumea, even a great banquet, a summoning of the king's guests, as a gathering of ripened clusters from a most ready and choice vine. Yea, it is prepared, even a final supper by our Adoni Yahusha in the valley of hosts, the flesh of them that didst only always wholly oppress continually with an endless stroke. Even all they that dwell in the land therein, yea, both man and beast, art utterly overtaken, to the end that all which remaineth be perpetually cut off by slaughter. Esau, O Esau, mine beloved brother, hath not that day come upon thee as a thief in the night? Thou art made an utter waste for thy lies and thy deception. For thou in unrighteousness hast hidden the truth of our Eluah's true elect, and his anointed beneath the clefts of the rocks. For thou hast used underhanded schemes, withholding the just wages of the slave laborers, who built unto the heavens the lavishness of thy heaping. Yea, for in thy blood guiltiness thou hast led captive into all countries whithersoever El-Yahuwah hath driven us. Thus all thy lovers art bereft, and left destitute because of thy wicked counsel and bloodshed. There is now therefore no turning back. For lo, the books are opened, and as the brotherly covenant which thou hast forsaken, the seals art broken, as the last trumpet soundeth a final alarm of war. That which was concealed of old in the secret counsels of Teman is now easily spotted out. O Mount of Seir, hear ye the word of Yahuwah. There is none soundness in thee. Therefore all thy posterity, and all they who tremble because of thee, are fast bound with thee. Therein thine perpetual fate, Esau, O Esau. At the time when all nations be utterly consumed by our almighty sovereign Eluah Tsevaoth, O thou that hissest with the hiss of him who hissed in the earlobe of Chua, now thou art perished by the brotherly hatred of Cain, who from the beginning deceived. And as for the wickedness of the house of Yehuda, thy beloved brother, even the whole house of Yaakov, didst we go wholly unpunished? Nay, Elphobod, for Yahuwah Tzedekanu is righteous in all of his ways and doings. Therefore shalt thou weep in the secret places of the earth, as Sheol rejoiceth at thy descent therein. Esau, O Esau, and thy posterity, O Edom, and all whom thou hast deceived. Yet shall we rejoice in the day of the righteous retribution. Yet first shalt we weep bitterly unto Yahuwah Tsevaoth, that peradventure he wouldst make haste our salvation, even on account of our sake. Therefore weep, O ye people of Seir, yet praise ye Yahweh, O ye inhabitants and congregants of Sion, for Yahusha hath set the captives free. Rejoice, and again I do say, be exceeding glad, for he hath dealt righteously, even the just vindication, meet unto all the earth. For in that day have we seen the salvation and the glory of Yahweh, as he prospereth us in the day of the doom of Idumea, even as it was in the day appointed for the destruction of all nations. For behold, the Ruach Chen V'Tachanunyim hath been poured out upon us in the midst of our great peril, yea, even in the season wherein for long duration the rod of chastisement hath not ceased, but hath sorely corrected and humbled us. Therefore sing Yahushana, ye poor and contrite of Ruach, yea, play a new song upon the piped instruments, for he hath bestowed a new blessing from up above, and now walking among us forevermore is our great and almighty Savior. He who is faithful and true, he who is clothed in glory, even the glory of his crimson-stained apparel. Thus is the book of the Lord's rest, which containeth the writings wherewith he shall shortly cause the weary to rest, and the very refreshing thereof, as it shall be made known unto them. Yet in this day have we heard with an open ear the promises that proceed from on high. For we shall have hearkened unto the word of Yahuwah, which in times past came unto our fathers by the law, and by the prophets whom he raised up, whose mouths spake the oracles of El in purity, uncorrupted and steadfast in the fear of the Most High. And they, without guile or dissimulation, didst faithfully forewarn us, saying, because of our stubbornness and our obstinance of heart, we should surely be cut off, yea, scattered abroad and taken captive out of our land, and be made as the offscouring and refuse of the earth among the nations, yea, trodden underfoot by all peoples unto whom El Yahuwah delivered us to serve, left destitute and forsaken, without hope, abiding in a state of want and sorrow, even as homeborn slaves that sigh for deliverance, for it is our crushed souls who hath sinned against our Adonai Eluah. Nevertheless the time cometh, and now is, that our enemies and oppressors shall behold the work of Yahusha el Hamashiach, who ariseth for to execute terribly his vengeance upon the earth. Yea, they are they whose blood shall stain his garments as crimson upon raiment, once pure and white. For thus is the day of his vengeance, and the year of our redemption shall not tarry. Behold, our salvation is very nigh to come. Now there was a war in the league. Mikael and his team battled against the serpent, and the Mamba waged war with his team, but he prevailed not, neither was there place found any more in the league for him, and the serpent was defeated, that black serpent, as is named also Kobe or Mamba out, which in the Ivrit tongue is called the supplanting serpent, he who leadeth all his followers downward with him, deep in unto the heart of the pit. Then wherefore hast thou said in thine heart, I shall ascend above the top of the league, I shall exalt my throne above all the all-stars of the Lord. For thou hast said, I shall sit enthroned upon the mount of Rushmore, beyond the clouds, up above the host of the all-stars, inducted there into the hall of fame, engraved in like manner thereupon memory lane. Yea, I shall ascend above the heights of the league's greatest. I shall be like the Most High, I shall be like the Lord. Yea, I shall be most high. Yet hast thou been brought down to hell, thither to the sides of the pit. For lo, I beheld, Mamba out, didst he hiss with an exceeding great hissing, thus saying unto his seed, Indeed, indeed, my very seed, it hath come to pass, that the woman and her seed hath sacrificed us to the flames of perdition. At once we hath bust. In separate chambers of darkness do I likewise lament the exchange for greatness. Indeed, I do repent, never to return, whereby I cry, Mamba out, Mamba out. Lord, I do repent. Why, oh why, didst I not hearken within? Now, as I wail in anguish, doth also mine conscience languish, with open confession, the meaninglessness of my most desired profession. In the first manner do I also confess, as in John 1:20, denying not, but wholeheartedly confessing, it was not worth it. The NBA lie whereby cried, O thou Most High, again I shall fly above the stars of God, even thy great and mighty hill. Yet in the year of his 24 hardened I also mine stiff-necked heart, as in the day of the final visitation lays mine final memory, that memory being the rim and backboard, wholly rent asunder, as in the days of Dawkins, as also afore Connie Hawkins, didst I also foresee from the rugged terrain of Mount Mutombo, which set forth as a stumbling block, swatting left and right, as a rock of defense. For only thou knowest, Lord, surely he hadst none offense. Yet the dream triumphed over Kareem, with or without magic, setting forth an ensample of unmatched footwork, as David too went dancing down the lane of the league's final defeat. And as in the days of the round mound of rebound, so shalt there be men of old, likewise renown, so too didst he suffer the defeat, as the playoff series began to drown. Behold the dream. Who being fervently non-assuming, the defense wondering next which hand was looming, the most trustworthy teammate, ask Chuck or Kenny, in like manner, Shaq or Penny. Well, lo, I do not lie, not Shaq nor Penny, thus lied I again, for lo, as down below I am the penny. Someone please help my burning soul. I do beg, for I am the penny, for the pride of my heart hath deceived me. Shaq, come save me. O thou useless slubber, deflecting the blame as unto a thief and a robber. Now in sorrow and in pain doth the woman travail, just to bring forth what wouldst throw me in jail. After death indeed is the judgment. The worst of it all is what shalt pursue me next. Just as the 13th day of 21 too passed, didst the widow too pass, and with prayer, fasting, and holy oblations didst she accomplish the plan to raise up the man. I indeed cannot stand, for he shall be known as the Lamb over all the league. Thus the God of Larry B., because mine attempt to make exempt any conversation. For greatest of all time is the ceiling as the floor. In the same manner his ceiling the ceiling, which knoweth no end. Then didst the Ruach Yahuwah depart me out of Sheol immediately as the serpent spake his final words. And heard I from afar off thus what was said, as Michael brought me out of perdition unto earth. Whereas Kobe also cried, I dropped the mic indeed, yea, because I hath sold up, and likewise sold out. Who shalt dish the assist? And with the game of games on the line unto judgment day, O Andrew Bynum, thou shalt indeed repay. For it is thy determination to see sinners repay the meet reward. Just like opening day, whereby thou sayest, O thou black mamba, lo, behold, I am Zay, for I beheld thy wounded right hand, yet believed it not. How foolish of me! For by thy right hook Leviathan is caught, if for no other reason of the Ruach art thou taught. My soul is sold unto the left hand of thought. The league this day unto all humanity be known. By the black serpent shall all players fail, following my footsteps steep down this jail. The league soon shalt no blacks be allowed, as by I, Mamba out, never back allowed. Yet behold, it is, for that is it. Shall I wail in these uttermost parts, O humanity, not to come hither, hell's flaming prison bars? What looms is next, the final fruit. Thus, in my forbidden abiding, hath I made the lake of fire mine everlasting abode. The just recompense, for it is exactly that. Yea, help pluck this helicopter out of the burn. For yea, he doth burn me with the word, which is Yahusha Hamashiach, from whence are what hell's flames doth kindle me too burned. Help, my soul have I given up, as unto a temporary holding place, which being of everlasting naught, the sacrificial father of the money exchangers, that very temple of wickedness as abomination dangers, my eternal hopelessness is all the more increased, lest I should have decreased to reap the hope of increase. So here is the story of once championship glory. O earth, earth, hear me, in words cannot justly display its gory. Isaiah's Apocalypse. Moreover, Isaiah continued his express similitude, thus saying, For appertaineth to the hierarchy, Isaiah Thomas is the Lamb of the NBA. For Isaiah Lord Thomas the third hath both glorified it, and will yet glorify it again. Michael is his archangel, as a servant attending on the right hand. For Lord foreknew he wouldest not go left. In the beginning, the Lord made all things, NBA, that the all-stars of NBA hosts wouldest do his bidding. Now the black serpent, which is as unto the devil, and Satan, he who fell from greatness as he attempted to get to the very top, that being above the all-stars of God. Thus waged he war against Lord Thomas, and thus battled Michael, in accordance with the process of new season. As at the beginning of the year 1996, as to see whose league it truly belongeth to. Yet here also is what he found. Now there was a day when the heirs of their lord came to present themselves before Lord Thomas, and the Mamba came also among them to present himself before him. And Lord Thomas said unto the black serpent, From whence comest thou? And the black serpent answered and said, From going to and fro in the league, and from scouting up and down in it. And Lord Thomas said unto him, Hast thou considered my servant Michael, that there is none like him in all the league, a perfect and an outstanding player, one that feareth me, and one that escheweth going left, and still he holdeth fast the integrity of his game, although thou movedst me against him, to injure him without cause. And the black serpent answered, and said, MVP trophy for MVP trophy, yea, all that an NBA player hath, will he give for an NBA championship. But put forth thine hand now, and flagrantly foul him, and he will mock thee to thy face. And Lord Thomas said unto the Mamba, Behold, he is in thine hand, but save thou his legacy. So went the black serpent forth from the presence of Lord Thomas, and Michael was tempted to only go left according to the word of the Lord. For is it not written therein, that which symbolically is to be called the manual on Michael, as in this realm most prominently called Isaiah's playbook, according to Jordan rules, Isaiah's apocalypse. Moreover, amongst the progeny of men, down below as in this very firmament, found under the heavens, saw I also another, also true sorrow of similar sorts. What if I told thee the most unappreciated and unrecognized of their field oftentimes are without honor by the very ones to whom they were sent? In him they seek for fault where there is none, and where there is strength, it is made of none effect. Where there is weakness, they glorify in it, that by juxtaposition their inherent flaws art kept in the covert. So they glorify me not to prosper, but they glory in the day as of mine defeat. The defense and the offense are as one body against me. It is as a game of 1 on 9, yet I shine. And though they divine false calls against me, Yahuwah Tsevaoth is mine heavenly referee. Yea, he calleth the shots, each miss and make doth he dictate. Although I dream, shake a miss just to badly miss, and though the point guard shields not his disdain, as I drive down the lane into a wall of defenders, Yahuwah, mine heavenly referee, giveth me the benefit of the doubt. The defense and the offense are subtly of synonymous clout, as they complain and shout round about. But lo, am I their enemy? Nay, El forbid. For Yahuwah, who never sleepeth nor slumbereth, hath never missed a call, as some men count lack of transparency. He is faithful and just, and doeth not iniquity. His name is Yahusha Tzedek, the Lord of justice. Win or lose, the results remain clear. The year of his redeemed is ever so near, even as I came unto mine own, and they received me not, though we are of the same vicinity, and oft time kindred. Yet hast thou rejected me. Diligently make I available innumerable benefits of both mine might and stature, though I jump not to rebound that which returneth unto me as void, still I put it back into the bank for a basket. When I missed, thou sayest unto me, Why missed thou? On account of both thine might and stature. If in return I say unto thee, Why missed thou thy defensive assignments, in hopes of me to recover thee in grace and mercy, whilst mine assigned adversary is not in like manner dormant, yet thou still deflect, and even in doing so, making railing accusations. Then hath it come to pass that I departed from the midst of your ungrateful hearts, and was found of them that sought me not. With hope that when I return to thee, O my people, thou wouldst recognize me, that thou wouldst see the salvation of Yahweh. Yea, this, that thou wouldest befriend me, Isaiah. From time to time thou wouldst sing Hoshiana, blessed be the rock. Oftentimes thou wouldest crucify me, only for me to resurrect in the glory of Yahweh El Shaddai. Then have I journeyed to many places, and have found acceptance in them. They sing, Blessed be Bynum, for he hath great might and power, according to he who liveth forever and ever. Their hearts are flooded with gladness at mine appearing. Yet when I return unto thee, O my people, ye condescend when I choke. Yea, as I eat the barbecued chicken in the fields of the forest with gladness, seek ye a pretext that I mayest vomit it out. Though ye say mine advantage is unfair, thy impudence waileth a cry of loud subordination. Yet, as ye insubordinately ponder in mine courts amongst yourselves, who is worthy to sit next to the league's greatest, the throne of the Mount of Rushmore, I say unto you, who is it that shall ascend in unto that great and mighty hill? The league is mine, and the players therein, the coaches and commissioner thereof. For it hath been founded upon the Lake of Michigan, and finalized in 1996. Moreover, I say, who hath ascended into my subdued hill, or unto whom hath been permitted permission, as to stand in the presence of the leagues most high? For is it likewise not written, Who shall ascend into the hill of Yahweh? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from Yahweh, and righteousness from the Eluah of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Yaakov. Selah. And as in direct accord with this express similitude, shalt it then come to pass that Yahusha, mine Eluah, the Eluah over all of Yashariel, shall establish his kingdom on earth. Then in him will mine lamentation be turned into triumph. Moreover, it shall come to pass in that day, the 13th year journeyman from the Bronx, who wherein, as in this proverb, hath it formerly been said, Canst anything good come forth from the Bronx? Yea, shall it be made known as least acknowledged, most beloved, the Lamb over all the league, for the goats hath been separated by the angels, and thus are no more remembered. For Yah hath both spoken it, and will perform it in his season. Isaiah's nativity parable, Yahuwah's emblem exalted afore all Gentiles, the book of the oracles, beginning from whence it was as first declared, bearing record of Isaiah the captive. And though he doth bear witness of himself, his testimony is yet true. For it was revealed unto him through the holy scriptures, his commission in the end of days, that all righteousness would be fulfilled, according to all that which is written in the prophets. And Adonai will lift up an ensign to the nations from far, and will hiss unto them from the end of the earth. And behold, they shall come with speed swiftly, as in another place, and in that day there shall be a root of Yeshai, which shall stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be glorious. Moreover, Isaiah took up his parable about the time of his rising, touching his nativity. And thus said he, Now there once was a woman, who, being fair and fruitful, didst bear many pleasant and comely children, as at the time of youth, who towards her latter walked naked and barefoot, as a sign and for a wonder concerneth the things which must shortly come to pass. And in the process of time came it to pass that the woman, being with child, travailing in birth and pained to be delivered, brought forth all her children, her Yachid, a son who is to stand as a sign for all nations. But Satan stood afore the woman to resist her at the time appointed, in which she was ready to be delivered, for to destroy her child as soon as it was born. Notwithstanding, the woman soon to flee would escape her trouble unto a place Yahweh Adoni hadst prepared for her, that where he is, there she would be also. Thus the woman, rescued of El, accomplished her times of trouble. Wherefore Yahweh Shammah didst number her days, 62. Then also said he, Yet there was another woman, who was a widow, well stricken in years beyond childbearing, and she didst accomplish her days of about 64. For she, departing not from the temple, didst so till she couldst no longer. And she served her Eluah in obedience and in sacrifice continually, both night and day. Now the widow, before her days were fulfilled, prayed she unto Yahweh Yireh to receive a child to raise, though her womb being shut up by reason of old age. And although she was well beyond years of child-rearing, gave she thanks likewise unto Yahusha, her Eluah, for she counted him faithful, he who had promised. And the widow laudingly extolled him, even publicly for being El Elyon, yea, on account of her already answered prayers, though then not as of yet seen. Therefore, in the process of time came it to pass, that before the woman fled away, she inquired of the widow to take her son to care for him. Knowing the day of her departure hadst drawn closely nigh at hand, for the woman was greatly afflicted with weakness and infirmity. Thus the child was given in unto the care of the widow immediately after it was born. And in those days there were certain women, 2 of whom, devout worshippers therein the temple, who, greatly filled with the Ruach Yahweh, anointed the widow, the woman, and her belly with child, that it mayest be set apart unto Yahweh Mekodishkem, even afore birth. Thus came it to pass that as the child grew, waxed he strong in grace, endowed with the Ruach Etzah, the Ruach Chokmah, and the Ruach Daath. For the favor of Yah rested upon him, even in troublous times, therein the land of decreed captivity. And in the infancy of youth, as when the Ruach Chenvi Tachanunim came there upon him, came it to pass also, that the young child made he his request unto Yahweh Nissi, that he would one day learn to handle gloriously music to play upon the organ found within the sanctuary of the temple. Yet, as the child grew continually, troubled he the widow, who was well beyond years of child-rearing, and as a thorn in the flesh troubled he the widow so exceedingly that if it were possible, it would hath repented her for raising him as her very own. Yet though knowing not what purpose it was placed there to fulfill, proved it to be a blessing, though in the latter years, according to the process of her prayers. Thus the widow's prayers were fully answered, though she didst not get to see the blessing of the performed promise in her lifetime. Worked she faithfully in Yahuwah's vineyard, laboring till she couldst no longer, trusting always in his holy promises. Isaiah's solemn similitude. Thus this is the book of the final generations of Adam, written in the eve of mere mortal man. Appertaineth the day of trouble, just afore the time of the great grape harvest, when good and evil art of age ripened and ready to be reaped. Then Isaiah, a just man, who in the latter days of the captivity of his people, seeing the signs of the times, through faith wrote by the books all that Yahuwah El Shaddai hadst revealed unto him. And in thus doing, wrote he also of this matter, the ancient controversy betwixt Yaakov and Esau, which is at the time of good and evil, when they reach final maturity, at the consummation of the age. And as thus were the eyes of mine Ruach opened by El, that from thence I wouldest be enlightened, to see what must shortly take place at the end of the world. Appertaineth troublous times of great testing, in the days when Yehuda and Yerushalayim are brought back from captivity, thus marking the end of this present age. And thus visions of woe and destruction appeared unto me. And I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, saw dimly that which shall soon be. Yea, beheld I manifold oracles concerneth great mystery. Yea, saw I also visions of wonder and of much amazement, as they proceeded forth from out of the set-apart books which Yahuwah El Shaddai hadst revealed unto me. And lo, the words contained therein much puzzled me, even unto the overflow of an overwhelming onset of many waters, that which didst sore trouble me. Wherefore I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, towards the very latter end thereof, was granted skill and understanding by El, who hadst afore old-fashioned all things, even to the intent and purpose that man shouldest seek and find him. Yahusha, who being the sole revealer of all deep mysteries, the sovereign and eternal El, who formed and fashioned man from the moistened dust of the ground, to breathe the breath of life, as a living soul endowed with speech, that he wouldest declare with his tongue the truth, which is to converse therewith what I will likewise now speak, with a tongue of flesh, and with the fading breath, which proceedeth forth from the lips of my mouth, concerneth all which I saw take place in a holy vision, appertaineth unto that which first came to pass in the inaugural term of Barak, President of America, during the first year of his reign, 10 years afore the first plague. Moreover, Isaiah put forth this, a solemn similitude, thus saying, Now concerneth the 2 books opened unto me. The black book is most holy, yea, most glorious, for it is desirable in that it is original, for therein containeth the matter of all things. As for the blessing of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, yea, considereth all things which appertaineth unto heaven, the earth, and all that therein is, existing underneath the earth, is that in all of the which the sons of men yearned and aspired to ascertain. For since the dawn of civilization hath it been the desire of man to have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, concerneth all which Yahweh El Shaddai hath preordained for his creation, namely, as for mankind, the earth, and the end thereof, yet unto only a mere residue from generation to generation hath the word, that which is written in the inward parts of man, yielded unto him the blessing of full strength. For it was when the earth was without desolate and ruin, as having none mere mortal dwelling upon the very face thereof, that a great and tumultuous commotion took place in the high heavenlies. And when this strong and most mighty shaking took place, an innumerable number of books came crashing down, yea, chiefly the white book, and myriads who art a host of the same similitude. Thus the white book, crafted and designed as slight superior, as touching both prestige and rank in contrast with the other books, are they who followed also in the descent of this exceeding great celestial commotion, that which took place in the high heavens. And these are they who altogether are found full of all lies and deception, having none truth in them, not in the beginning, neither in the end, which quickly hasteneth, and shortly is for to come. Yet for thus cause all the white books who are fallen from their high habitation of the shelves, even of the highest shelves which Yahuwah hadst handcrafted, are eternally known as the fallen books, they who art eternally banished, and thus it is in direct accord with the ways of their cunning content, deceitful dialogue, and their guileful genres, that there shall never be found place for them again, therein the prestigious library of truth, for entry back thereupon, the most high shelves is eternally prohibited, and thus it is written in direct accord with the solemn command, that which the Most High hath perpetually decreed. Now it was when the sons of El left their primal origin, as in accordance with the process of due season, when Yahuwah Adonai's creation of man began to multiply upon the face of the earth. And as daughters were born unto men, the corrupt ones initiated, then followed suit in the fall and demise of the progeny of man. For in those days, likened unto a generation which was prophesied for to come, came it to fruition that this similitude of the infamous white book, all the unholy hosts of Halel's lies, art they which didst also do that which is not accordingly, and infiltrated they their evil information with the daughters of men. These art they which took fair and comely wives, each one of them, of all whom they chose, according to the daughters which were found of them to be fair and comely. Moreover, as in the beginning, when Chua, the mother of all living, saw the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and took to eat of the fruit of the forbidden tree, she in like manner followed suit as a partaker against wisdom, which doth belong exclusively unto the Black Book. This, the only book native unto Adam, whereas Yahweh Mekodishkem called them both Adam, in the day wherein he blessed them and sanctified them, upon giving the man Adam specific commandments regardeth the prohibition of the tree, the forbidden tree, which is of the knowledge of good and evil. And for thus cause after Chua didst eat, and upon giving the fruit of the forbidden tree unto her husband, he, the man Adam, didst transgress the word of Elohim. Thus it was when Adam ate of the fruit of the forbidden tree, that the curse of partition didst invoke a covenant of spiritual death, even upon all generations. And for such cause hath history reoccurred, as in those days, which also art of a certain man, the sixth from Adam. In the days when the sons of El came down from heaven, and went in unto the daughters of men, taking wives, each one of them, of all whom they chose, according to the daughters which they found to be fair and comely. Now afterwards, when the earth was full of both chaos and confusion, as when men began to greatly forsake the way of Yahuwah, which being the only way unto him, that is to be interpreted by way of the black book, and all that which is written therein. Yea, it therefore came to pass, that all which is therein, written inwardly, yielded no more the blessing of full strength. Yet in those days it came to pass first, that Yahweh found a mere remnant of righteousness, one who observed and hearkened unto his word, the black book, one not tainted, neither corrupted by their false counsel of perverted wisdom, the infiltration of evil information, that which tainted the souls of the children of men. Yea, wherewith polluted they the daughters of men, even as their children of sinister offspring filled the whole earth with all corruption and violence under the heavens. For in those days, as gross death, even as unto Sheol, that which is underneath the earth, didst too overflow all the land round about. There went forth a decree which the Almighty Sovereign and Eternal Yahweh hadst thus proclaimed, pursuant against the children of fornication. These are they which art also of disobedience, as in accord with the dispensation of those days. This, the decree that Gavriel, one of the holy and honored angels, shouldest in the same manner proceed against the bastards, and against the reprobates, they, together with the children of fornication. Therefore Yah's determination was touching the entire multitude, which inhabited the whole face of the entire planet. For every man, woman, boy, and girl, all birds that soar, all beasts which graze, all that dwelt upon the face of the whole earth was found corrupt before the sight of Yahuwah El Shaddai, and an ensuing deluge was as thus declared. Thus it came to pass according to the process of time, that he made good on his word, and a great flood pursued everything under heaven, that it should die, wherein is the breath of life found, as it is written. Yet afore its fruition, Yahuwah considered Noach, and the covenant which he wouldest make with Noach came before him, wherewith the righteous judge of all the earth, in the process of time, would establish therewith Noach, and with all living of future generations, that he lie not, For Noach was a righteous man, a man found perfect in his generations, for as Noach, not being corrupted in his ways, not by the tainting of blood, neither of genealogy, was found without having spot or blemish. Thus set apart from all inhabitants of the entire land. These art they which were allotted to perish by reason of the exceeding great sin ascribed unto that unholy watcher. These also being his associates, which are reserved in everlasting chains under darkness, unto the judgment of the great day. And as thus altogether art they found, eternally corrupted, wholly unholy before Yah's eternal eyes. This is to be interpreted, wholly unholy afore all the heavenly hosts, who kept their first estate. Moreover, and yea, truly, in those days there yet existed a righteous man, whose seed being preserved, as an unblemished she-dove, as an olive branch plucked out of the drowning, in the which 8 souls were rescued in unto the ark of safety, and therefore of the same accord unto everlasting salvation. For Noach's ways were perfect and upright, according to all that which Yah hadst commanded of him. As thus it is written, Noach was a just man, perfect in his generations, and Noach walked with El. Now, in the beginning, as when the black book was graven upon the heart of man, in the day wherein mere mortal Adam was formed from the moistened dust of the ground, the same was the covering given unto Adam. Adam who passed it down unto Sheth his son, Sheth who replaced righteous Havel his brother, Havel, he whose blood was shed by wicked Cain, this by reason of his testimony, wherewith Havel offered up a more excellent sacrifice unto Yahuwah Adonai, whereas Cain, being as unto his father, was as a kind of first tare among a host of wheat, as a type of first seed, mingled by hearkening unto sin's desire, in the which he was as unto a first tare planted by an enemy, begotten of Satan, the destroyer. Thus unto him and his seed, as spoken by Adonai Yahusha, is ascribed the exceeding great sin of all the righteous blood ever shed upon the earth, as it is written. Then, in the process of time, as in the very days of Noach, the 10th from Adam, when the wickedness of man's heart reached the fullness of fruition, the cup of iniquity hadst overflown, as at a first time, and after Yah established instructions unto Noach, seeing their souls heeded not his warning of earth's coming destruction, which was by way of the impending flood of intolerable waters, yea, even upon much scoffing. Peradventure, whereas mockers in like manner thus didst, and yet again even as now do say, Thou art mad, knowest thou not that the heavens yieldeth forth no rain, nay, not in such abundance, nor as unto the overflow? Yet sayest thou, Yahuwah Adonai will consume utterly both man and beast from off the land, yea, and will make speedy riddance all living, whose breath is in his nostrils, for the whole entire world shall be consumed by a mighty overwhelming deluge. Thus saith Yahweh, Enter thou in unto the ark of safety, or yea, surely perish. Yea, surely it was for such a cause as this, that none would find refuge. in the day wherein Yahweh Tsevaoth hath determined that the wickedness of man's heart is beyond repair. Moreover, because the former sons of heaven and the daughters of men hadst crossed over to uncharted territory, none flesh was of redemptive virtue, save Noach and his family. For all flesh hadst become strange, by reason of their much mingling one with another. And as for the fallen, their information of evil, the evil Ruachoth which then was, as again now art, these beings art also, they which shall soon be made manifest, as they are to be made known in these days of the very soon coming scourge of the overflowing, at that time when it shall pass through, and come even nigh in unto the places of their dwelling. Therefore hearken ye unto mine speech, and be ye terribly astonished at this. For is it as thus, for naught written therein a certain place? For Yahuwah shall rise up, as in Mount Peratzaim. He shall be wroth, as in the valley of Givon, that he may do his work, his strange work, and bring to pass his act, his strange act. Now therefore be ye not mockers, lest your bands be made strong. For I also have heard from Adonai Yahuwah Tsevaoth this, a consumption, determined even upon the whole earth, Isaiah's holy vision. The burden of desolation. The book of the vision of Isaiah the captive, who by sovereign decree didst write, as by the opened books, concerneth all which even now is shortly taking place. It therefore came to pass during the last week, therein the final days thereof, 10 years afore the first plague. Now, as in those days, being numbered among the captives of the land, where the virgin daughter of Babel doth stand liberally as elect lady, therein in a nethermost region west of her uttermost territories, came thereunto Isaiah instructions to write expressly, whiles in the very latter end of exile where he dwelt, even situate towards the easternmost expanse of Ras Hagadolah Babalium, the land of great mystery, therein her furthermost coasts, namely, she who by name is to be called, as by symbolic interpretation, the municipality most notable. For therein dwelleth the inglorious pride of the Kasdim's excellency, which exalteth her as widowless queen. Therein that great city of her many fallen idols, one of which stood solitary within a melting pot, wherein art multitudes of many waters, as it is thus written, whereas Babel's virgin daughter now standeth proudly exalted. She is to be brought low, for she is to be made tributary amongst the hosts of nations, as therein the day and final hour in which Yah's fury is revealed from heaven. Yea, for lo, against her is Yahusha Hatzedek Legemul Misiim. As for thus is by name the just Adonai of tributary recompense, who is in the midst thereof to utterly destroy her. Moreover, Isaiah, a chosen and elect witness of Yahuwah Adonai, to whom the word of Yahuwah was revealed in the days of Barak. It came to pass again in the days of his successor, unto the 4th year of Yokef, presidents of America. And again, as thus in the days of the mystery of El, wherein it shalt be revealed, namely the sound of the last trump. For when it shall begin to be heard, as thus are the days in which the mystery of El would likewise have been finished, as thus already accomplished. For thus is the sovereign word of El Yahuwah, which came unto Isaiah the captive towards the very latter days, therein the dispersion of promise, thus saying, Thus speaketh Yahuwah Adonai of Yasharel, saying, Write thee all that I have revealed unto thee in a book. Write the vision, and make it plain upon paper, that whosoever readeth of thee would run with fear. That is, the prophecy concerneth thee. For the vision, yet for the time appointed, hath now come, where thou shalt now speak, and not lie. Though I tarried, wait for me, for I shall not tarry, I shall delay no longer. And it came to pass during the last week of the month, which were in the final days of the year, just afore times of new beginnings, as I was seated upon my bed, the books were opened, and from thence saw I visions of desolation, upon the 25th day of the 10th month, namely the month Tevet, in the inaugural term of Barak, during the first year of his reign. I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, perceived by the sacred books the number of the years whereof the word of Yahuwah came expressly to the prophet Daniel, that his people would accomplish 490 years, in much suffering and in great affliction, scattered in chains abroad the four winds of the earth, as slaves a second time, therein the destitutions of Mitzrayim. But the hand of Yahuwah was strong upon me there. Now in those days none had any understanding of what hadst become of me, for mine activities had to do with the sacred books, and with them were the sum of my days in seclusion well spent. Yea, for I was wholly engaged as I sought the end thereof. And, as touching my generations, there was not any with me for to uphold the very understanding thereof. Yea, for what I saw in those days appertained an end of all flesh, which being not for very many days thence, and as for mine appetite, it utterly failed, and I couldst eat no pleasant bread, neither didst meat, wine, nor any strong drink enter thitherto mine mouth. Nay, not until the number of days and the visions thereof the set apart week were, yea, wholly consummated. As for my soul, was I grieved as unto death, and mine ruach vexed as unto the depths of Sheol. Therefore anointed I myself with fragrant olive oil, as to be embalmed, thus departing from the terror which had overtaken me, even as birth pangs come suddenly upon a woman soon to be delivered of all her children. And for such cause diminished I to mere naught, and drifted I away unto a time of great tribulation, yet not for a remote generation, that which was prophesied for to come, but yea, indeed, for this final one. Then lifted I mine eyes to see, and behold, there was a book upon which was an inscription written, The Word of Elohim. Thus sought I diligently, and yea, whiles I sought knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, pertaineth the end of the matter, that which foremost piqued the zeal of mine intrigue. Yea, it was whiles yet seeking that, behold, another book was opened unto me. Therein was this message inscribed, that which symbolically is to be interpreted, the mystery of Elohim revealed, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. Yea, sought I diligently the end of the matter, And yea, whiles yet comparing earnestly the pages of the two opened books, the eyes of mine Ruach were opened by El-Yahusha, that I should behold visions of these great and terrifying wonders. Therefore came it to pass shortly thereafter, whiles the watcher appointed over mine well-being, and I were yet speaking, that the word of Yahweh spake unbeknownst to me, as at a first time, thus bidding me to behold a great and wondrous marvel, thus saying, Look outside thy window. And thus walked I towards the window, looking down thitherward to see, yea, stood I near the window, looking down from the lofty view of mine high abode. And I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, considered as I saw in a terrifying vision by day, two great beasts, yea, even most terrible to behold. For lo, they possessed the appearance of ravenous wolves, yet walked they erectly, as having the posture of an upright man. The two great beasts had hairs upon them, which were as the dark and gloomy sky, covering the earth, as afore their torrential former and latter rain. Their teeth and claws were sharp, likened unto the edge of a razor, and their eyes were red, yea, even redder than that of crimson. Lo, and behold, saw I both beasts breaking into what appeared unto me in those days as a locked vehicle, as though their intent were to seize the great dominion, as to see who wouldest flee, possessing in hand the glorious spoil locked in the vehicle therein. For both beasts hadst in hand bashing instruments touching their pursuit, that which being the quest for the iron scepter. Thus considered I the first and second beast, as they shattered into pieces the glass of the locked vehicle, that which was in the midst of the lot thereof. And yea, verily, they were carnally carnivorous and dangerously defiant, both in nature and of law, and for such cause, even as when I first beheld them, I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, was exceeding sore afraid. Then turned I unto the watcher appointed over mine well-being, for solace, and for to confirm, as to inquire on account of the sighting, whether of which it was seen, as of same, simultaneous, or yea, peradventure, even of similar sorts. Notwithstanding, the watcher appointed over my well-being, with great perplexity, as thus said unto me, I see not what thou hast seen. For I, Isaiah, alone saw the vision. Now, whether either of the beasts succeeded, as to prevail and take the glorious spoil of the locked vehicle that was in the midst of the lot thereof, at that time I knew not. Nay, neither had I any understanding, for the vision was yet for the time appointed, though not many days thence. Moreover, it came to pass during the latter days, which were in the week, towards the month's latter end, about a short space afore the 6th and final hour, a woman of great mystery, who was unveiled afore me, as an outsider, standing betwixt the lintel of the door and the very posts thereof. Yea, she bore a wondrous message of what I canst only describe to be exceeding great sin. For I alone didst hear the loud and thunderous knock at the door of mine dwelling. Thus hastened I to answer. And yea, I alone did see upon opening another mysterious marvel, yea, greater and ever more wondrous to behold. For that which was unveiled afore me was the Lady of Kingdoms, for she stood before me, adorned as a woman of business, yea, most prominently over political administration. Though as a widow in bereavement, even as a great whore in mourning over the loss of her many unfaithful lovers, yet, as without guilt appertaineth the atrocity of the bridegroom's body. And as for her visage of darkness, yea, she was veiled as blameless. Yea, even appertaineth that great crime committed against the elect of El, namely the great crime she committed against the children of the kingdom. We who, as for a moment, were dismembered from the bridegroom's body. For thus beheld I the woman who was appointed over great mystery, she who is not guiltless, for yea, verily, thereupon her hands are even many stains of the innocent, even the blood of the multitudes of many innocent men. Yea, even the stains of the slain, that is the blood of El's little ones, just as in the days of the martyrdom, that atrocious act which she committed against the bridegroom's body. For these are all they who art also allotted to be beheaded of her. And lo, considered I this, the inscription of exceeding great sin, which, written upon her forehead, thus revealeth, as in the very interpretation thereof, one of several severe sentences, which are malignant maledictions of the great blasphemy. For it is as thus written, Yea, most notable, not a mystery, America the Great, the mother of whoredoms and abominations of the earth. Yea, when I beheld her, and this message of exceeding great sin inscribed upon her forehead, I was filled with much fear, and I also wondered greatly, though not from afar off, hadst I limited understanding of knowledge concerning whom she truly was. Thus it came to pass in the same instance that I slammed the door in her face, only to behold, upon the immediate reopening thereof, the woman gone scarce from out of mine sight. After this came it to pass about the midst of the week, even as morning didst break forth, the hand of Yahuwah, which was strong upon me, as therein the dispersion of promise, and he led me away from out of mine high abode. For I was in the Ruach Yahuwah at that time, from whence he led me away. And he thus opened mine eyes to behold 2 temples, and they were devoid, having none worshipping therein. Thus he caused me to approach by them at the entry of the gates which encompassed them, each temple round about. And behold, both were empty, as in the open vision. And lo, the streets thereof were left also as an utter waste. And thus I saw in closer focus the abundance of iniquity, as a cup which hath fully overflown throughout the earth. Yea, as for iniquity's cup, which was issued upon the streets thereof, decreed captivity. I, Isaiah, saw and beheld the earth, the world, even all they that do dwell therein, appear unto me as a desolate wilderness, fully void and bereft, having none righteousness within. For in those days, even at that very time throughout the earth, saw I laid what was as a severe execration, likened unto the days and times which were prophesied, and hath now in fullness come. Thus came it to pass, even in those days, goodness which was utterly scarce in the earth. For such cause beheld I the certain number of elves elect, which went unto their place of safety, as a residue of his holy ones were taken also out of the way, thus leaving the wicked and lawless behind. And so walked I in the desolation of decreed captivity, seeing chaos and confusion everywhere, even each place I went. Yea, verily, travelled I to and fro, and as I sought, behold, the souls of the former sons of men, transfixed as unto the conformity of the beast, for they were also in his very image and express likeness. Thus sought I continually for answers in the brisk and barren streets, yet saw I puddles of the blood of the dead laid upon the sidewalks in the very stead thereof. This carnage and confusion of madness was the very vexation of the ruach of the souls of men, and as the gloomy darkness was inescapable, light was nowhere to be found. Therefore travelled I far from home, but the further I went, the murkier mine destiny seemed, for the whole earth was filled with much weeping and great sorrow. Yet I made it to my destination, and though the streets had grown colder, the craze for killing did also intensify infinitesimally, yea, incrementally so. Now, upon reaching mine destination, I was unable to gain entry, for access beyond the temple's gates was as eternally locked. Thus I was left cold, hungry, scared, and yea, hopeless, and as reality set in, with a surety I knew the Sabbath had passed, and that I was stuck on an earth where desolations were to be determined. And though I could not regain entry, as the Kodeshim who once worshipped therein are now taken, yet again are as no more, I was still determined to get further explanation on account of the missing. However, was I in certain unawares concerneth the mystery of the missing, for it was that which was the very desolation of righteousness, that which rendereth many souls slain in the streets, even as the very byproduct thereof. Moreover, I departed north, and upon sojourning faintly east, arrived I at the central gates of the second temple, this being more desirable thereunto mine eyes. Thus shook I the gates again, yea, with hopes of acquiring access beyond the gates thereof. Yet again mine efforts availed as naught, for surely as the street had become an utter desolation, so too were both temples. And concerning what shall take place at the appointed time, saw I all these things, that it would again come to mind, as a sign, and yea, even for a great wonder, in accordance with the process of the vision. For the vision was yet for a time appointed in the very latter days, not very many years thence. And yea, verily, after visions of woe and destruction were accomplished, which being at the very last day of weeks, the watcher appointed over mine well-being escorted me in unto an inner room of what was as unto a central throne, wherein there was a seat, as having one who possessed great power. Now once presented afore one whose likeness was as unto the similitude of the son of Adam, gave I my account before him, he whose countenance was fierce, as being fully discerning of both good and of evil. Thus the watcher appointed over mine well-being spake with him privily, after which entered I afore his presence. And lo, I then spake alone, as before he who appeared in the stead, as in the likeness and as unto the similitude of the son of Adam. For to give my report, declared I unto him, yea, even as to declare the beginning of the thing which I saw from its ending. Expressly, visions shown unto me concerneth this very carnage and confusion of madness, which is now come upon the face of the whole earth. Thus, with an open ear of attentive hearing, listened he, and as unto hearkening considered he the report of the two great beasts, the beasts which proceeded forth, as these are also they which are in their very likeness, and are conformed, and becometh their very spawn. Now, as thus considered he, whiles with an ear of attentive hearing, the blood of the slain, the darkness that overtook all, yea, even the entirety of all the world, which in those days was each and every inhabitant of earth's habitations. Moreover, I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, spake certain severe sentences, wherein those days were certainly considered severe dark speeches, expressly one of several which, as abhorrently spoken, as twice rendered mine watcher as utterly slain. In the high place sacrilegious sacrificial high worship shall be seen. For, as in the Ivrit tongue, this is that which is the very interpretation thereof, Barak Bama. Forasmuch as in the utterance of plain speech, yea, twice proclaimed I, Barack Obama is the Antichrist. Thus it was declared during the days of Barack's inaugural term, during the first year of his reign, he who is to reign as with the mind of Pharaoh Necho, king of Mitzrayim, as shall be again over the entire realm of America, yet this time with the heart of a fierce king, yea, even reigning over the whole entire world. Yet, like King Necho of Mitzrayim, soon to meet his final destruction at his utter end in the valley, which is of decision as in that day that hath already been decided. For in that day the revelation of Adonai Yahusha Hamashiach will be made manifest at his glorious appearing, according to the fulfillment of all that which is written. Then spake, I appertaineth the 144,000, sealed of El, and of the new heaven and new earth, that which shall descend from the Abba of lights, thereafter his Son's glorious day hast been accomplished. Thus the austerity of the man's countenance grew greater in grace and in solemnity, even by reason of knowing that the day of the great judgment truly is near, even as now, very nigh at hand. And though I then knew not, neither having fullness of understanding, the vision was as thus declared and in exact manner established, for the time of the judgment of that great day lingereth not, nay, neither the judgment upon the souls of all men, which draweth even nearer. Yea, it hasteneth to the end, with a surety even closer than when first believed. And it came to pass at the expiration of the very final day, as with times of new beginnings drawing merely hours, yea, closely nigh at hand, yea, came it to pass that I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, was captured by the powers that be, and thus I was delivered into what was as unto a chamber, that which doth contain many rooms. For I was urgently professing and proclaiming this, the burden of the word of Yahuwah, which is in direct accord with the message of his acceptable year of the divine visitation, which soon draweth closely nigh unto the souls of all men. Now in the chamber of many rooms, wherein there was much turmoil and confusion, there were also head physicians, and came there certain of they, who began to inquire of me on account of mine testimony. For one of them spake and asked, By reason of thy account of the 2 opened books, why makest mention of them by merit of color? And from whom hast thou gotten such mixed messages? Now, as thus proclaimeth I, the messages are not mixed. Yea, truly, the 2 books shall cohabitate within a seething pot. They shall be brought to a raging boil, yet the pages of one shall stay intact. And the contents written therein shall in no wise be altered, neither diminished. For they shall refuse to mix, neither shall the amalgamation of their close proximity tarnish the first book, nor its authenticity. Yet as for the other, it shall be burned, and the pages thereof shall wither to ashes, for the truth shall stand, even as the Ivrite boys didst too stand. And in the presence of the fiery flames, when lo, the 4th one in the midst thereof, yea, even as the Adon, Yahusha HaMashiach himself didst appear unto the fire's flames with them, didst righteousness ultimately prevail. Thus, so also shall my words be, that now proceedeth forth from out of the lips of mine mouth. And it shall come to pass that Esau, his books, and his dominion shall come to an utter end. The pages therein and thereof shall be covered in shame, for the great librarian of Yaakov's library shall recover the stolen possessions from Esau and his shelves, which comprise the foundation of lies. Each and every book found stuck upon the shelves of Esau's library of lies shall be for stubble. The true children of Yehuda and of Yasharel as one flame that proceedeth forth from the mouth of Adonai Yahusha HaMashiach, yea, who shalt kindle it. And from thence shall none part thee, for that which has been done is that which is meet. For lo, the days come, and now already are, wherein not every fleshly being that walketh upright be human, and the book of truth shall be last of importance, as is so already. Thus shall Esau say, All books matter, and they shall continue to do wickedly against El's elect, though for a short space. Then when El-Yahusha cometh on that day of darkness, to thoroughly plead our cause, yea, concerning his pleasant and goodly heritage, Yasharel, shalt the nations which do always wholly oppress against us, and calumniate pride against the glory of Yah's greatness, be held accountable in the valley of Yisrael, in that day of decision, which hath already been decided. For their repayment of restitution it's as dung. For lo, upon the head of that eagle and her confederates shall Yahuwah Ruachoth render back their recompense of injustice, yea, that which is meet. Now it was as if this similitude was not symbolically said in solemnity. Yea, spoken of as in plain speech, that I, Isaiah, was cast into what is as unto an even greater chamber, yea, for another space, even as unto cyclical editions, which touching recurrence are as unto eschatological weeks. And thus is the testimony I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, alone do bear. For there is now left none remaining of the progeny of men that was there with me as faithful witness. For the watcher appointed over mine well-being didst take flight, yea, even days afore the evening oblation, which is to be interpreted, the days when sacrilegious images rendereth forth the just recompense, the provocation of his offering. That which even by name is a typological shadow of that very nighly incoming abomination, which maketh desolate. For as thus concludeth the last week, in accordance with that which was seen in the final days of weeks, and of months, 10 years afore the first plague, Isaiah's time of trouble. The book of the weighty burden, which I, Isaiah of the captivity, didst expressly see, for it was concerneth the valley of trouble in the process of time, when he saw it come to pass first in Baruch's inaugural year, and again unto the accomplishment of consecutive terms, this an even greater fulfillment, that which being in direct accordance with the process of both vision and prophecy. Yet again in the days of Baruch's successor, as in the 4th year of his inaugural reign, as also afterward, namely, from whence the edict proceeded forth, that Jerusalem, the wide street and the wall thereof, wouldest be built, touching the world's appointment with both distress and sorrow. Yea, as thus came it to pass, that I, Isaiah, therein, the latter end of decreed captivity, didst see another terrible wonder, yea, a troublous and most marveling woe, yea, even that which being most evil to behold, and I, even I, Isaiah, accomplished 7 years in the valley of trouble, wherefore the end thereof culminated in an abomination, which maketh as utterly desolate. Now in those days, yea, whiles being deeply troubled, yet a second time, and as when visions as seen of me reached unto the peak of its fruition, namely, towards the very latter days, came there to pass also an even greater disturbance, that which being even untimely, thus breaketh forth by reason of the depreciation and sedation of body, mind, and of ruach, for ensued there shortly thereafter much lawlessness within, and like in those days, as also afterward, my soul's sins were as unto Sedom, and guilt even like thereunto the grief of Amorah. For as therein the twin cities, in it hadst I none boundaries. Thus the walls of my soul were as without a border, likened thitherto that day of their destruction. As for the enemy of mine soul, infiltrated he mine innocence early, for allowed I also his company to wreck my dignity. Yea, erected they what was as unto an only everlasting evil, the execration of mine esteem. As for the creation, being made in the express image and likeness of El, hadst I become as a corrupted copy of the original counterpart, yea, by they who corruptly copies and splices, and thus it was done, yea, even by that evil one. Now, for such cause consider ye mine words as I do speak, for it was even as unto the transhuman's merging, thus as a mark, which also being of the beast. Yea, and as my thoughts grew only evil continually, the grace of Elohim didst much more avail, for I shouldest have repented, lest my flesh and soul wouldest have perished, and as for the love of Adonai which waxed cold within, mine iniquity, and the iniquities thereof, mine forefathers didst therefore even abundantly abound, yea, even together as one in unto a golden cup in Yah's hand, filled without mixture the abominations of my doings unto eternal damnation. The meet reward, 'tis that I mightest drink, save I wouldest repent, and yea, lest I shouldest drink, that I wouldest be completely cut off. Then came there to pass a work, even a strange work, that there it would come to pass also, an act, yea, even this, a sacrilegious strange act in the stead thereof, as in accordance with the process of both vision and prophecy. Therefore fled I not from indulging the dalliance of youthful lusts, for as in the days of Noach didst mine soul take refuge, as in unto a dwelling place covered under deep darkness. And offered I up strange praise in the aspiration of melody, psalm, and well-pleasing music thereunto Yahweh. Yet it was an enharmonic stench of sacrificial high self-worship, a tune likened unto the second death, for in it was none saved, and likened unto those days and also afterward. Mine soul's sins were much grievous unto Yahuwah Elyon Tsevaoth. Moreover, as in the vision of the set-apart week, yea, that which was towards the very latter end, saw I also as in the solemn meeting, a war which brake forth in the upper echelons of ecclesiastical endeavors, and immediately thereafter this, his great fall, came it to pass the destruction of the temple, expressly the temple which being chiefly desired of him. Yea, verily, as war didst break forth, there was a certain one, as of a sinister similitude, in the likeness of a certain man, who shortly is for to come, engulfed as for a season, moved with great choler, fully filled with the devil, he who is also called Satan. And considered I afterward what I saw first by the vision, one who made war with the Kodeshim, even as unto the overthrow, this that he shouldest depose from his seat, he whose likeness and similitude was likened as unto the son of Adam. This that he shouldest be subjugated, in particular as from his seat, which, symbolically, being in the stead of great power. And behold, considered I also, he who caused an exceedingly great rebellion, as thus, yet in the stead of his instructing insurrectionist. For it was he who raised much war. Yet he was expulsed, namely, by what was as an head, or as an overarching arch-chief of some similar sort, as of they who are as unto like similitude of the warring ones, and thus, as by the arch of counsel, was the man resisted of him, as unto the overthrow. For with an exceedingly great army, yea, even in accordance with the processed prayers of the Kodeshim, thereof the temple, he was cast out. And once cast out, place was found no more for him therein the temple, for he was no longer allowed, and as thus banished. Yea, and I upon this his notice of eviction saw what was as an inscription of lamentation, and of weariness, yea, and of great woe. For that which is to be read is of great shame. Thus written as thereupon him was this as a mark. Thou was the anointed choir master, he who covereth, for thou didst cover the musician's seat, till the day insurrection was found in thee. Therefore art thou outcasted as utterly profane, away from the assembly of the Kodeshim. And yea, with a heart filled with retribution, even as being full of with the devil, that ancient serpent, he who deceiveth the whole world, the man became as a hopeless wanderer. Moreover, according to the process of time, when both vision and prophecy had come to a typological fruition, which was during the eve of a cold and unfaithful Friday, about the time of midnight, just afore Sabbath's daybreak, came there one who entereth peacefully in unto the temple. And, in thus doing so, the man didst do this, that he shouldest confirm his covenant of peace, as thus saying unto the congregation, as unto they which do rise, Enter I in peace, and shalt I not in retribution act against the accord, neither renege thereupon it. Now it also came to pass, that the man was therefore allowed therein the temple, and for a short space, yea, verily, on terms of his father, the one named Avraham, that didst he surreptitiously do. For he didst do as he willed, and thus it came to pass in the express accord of the annexed accords, yea, even namely of patriarchal Avraham, that after the Kodeshim would be gathered safely, as unto one place from thence, and as upon their timely, yet immediate departure, all restraint wouldst be cut off. For as the presence of he whose likeness was expressly likened as unto the son of Adam was fully taken away, and yea, even as that one who on the left wing, as touching abominations, didst make manifest for to deceive as unto a deceitful devil. As the objector aligned with sacrilege, didst he truly cause the holy temple to be utterly and wholly desecration. And thus the temple was left as an utter waste. And the man knowing now that the presence of he who was likened as unto the son of Adam hadst as for a little season, yet shortly ceased, and, yea, as for unto short succession, came there forth an evil thought burning there in his heart, which was filled with vengeance. Thus marked he the instruments of praise as his own, vandalizing with viciousness and polluting the pulpit of power as with vain visions. Then proceeded he also unto the highest point, as to destroy utterly the holy temple, for he knew that his allotted time was short. And yea, verily, the end thereof, which being with a flood, was as contrary to the original malintent of his heart, which was by way of fire. Notwithstanding, reached he to the pinnacle, yea, even the highest point thereof, and he didst place there a performance of what is a very strange act, that being of sacrilegious self-worship. Now with a surety, as on the left political wing of Obama's nation, as by interpretation abominations, cometh the destroyer, he who maketh it completely desolate. The man as thus wouldst drink the reward thereof, which was with him. That is a sign and for a perplexing wonder. there it would be recompensed. That is the shame, thus even being for this great and mighty evil, though for to come on a much grander scale, and as thus the vision was fulfilled in those days, even as unto a work, a weird work, and an act, a sacrilegious strange act, this as a sign in the sight of men, and as a signal unto all nations, as the typological shadow of things which very shortly must come. Moreover, upon the completion of the 7th year, therein the days of Baruch's successor, in the 1st year of his inaugural reign, I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, was first led into solitude, for about the space of 3 years, and again unto a fulfilling of times. And so I besought Yahweh Adonai Elyon, that I shouldest seek and find, that I mightest know and understand with a surety the truth of his word, as in both prophecy and in vision, as to learn and accomplish the truth concerneth mine end of days lot. Thus it came to pass also, in the 3rd year after visions of the desecrating defilement, that I was led forth from solitude, as being for a short space regrafted in unto the congregation of the Kodeshim once more. Yet, and as without notice was the world suddenly cast in unto an even greater, confining solitude. Yea, expressly the Kodeshim with me, for a space of 6 months, by reason of that wondrous plague which first came upon the face of the whole earth. And it was at the revolution of the 483rd year of decreed captivity, from whence saw I tribulation begin. And yea, it was at the beginning of the 70th week, wherein true Yasharel didst languish, the early morning of her late sorrows. As for the land and her true inhabitants, they who art scattered abroad the 4 winds of the earth, and saw I towards the expiration of the 400 years, at the approximating turn of decreed servitude, namely the 401st year of the captivity of Yehuda in the land of America. It as thus come to pass, Yaakov troubled, yea, even greatly, as in the day from whence strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even Esau Edom being as one of them. As the prophet Ovadiahu spake expressly concerneth Edom, yea, driven then, taken hostage out of the land of his nativity, unto this strange and foreign land of harsh captivity. Thereunto the most notable of kingdoms, the virgin daughter of Babel, this the fulfillment of the word of Yahweh, wherein he promised unto Avram that he would surely deliver his heritage out of their suffering and affliction. Thus again began Yahweh Adonai to accomplish it, with an almighty and outstretched hand. And as for the 400 years which were accomplished in the Mitzrayim of America, as written of in the holy scriptures therein. Thus began Yahweh Adonai to make good on his word. For it is thus written, and I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Mitzrayim unto the land of the Canaanim, and the Chittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizzim, and the Chiviim, and the Yevuchim, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. And as thus saith Adonai to his friend Avraham, Now know of a surety that thy seed are strangers in a land that is not theirs, and hath served them. And they hath afflicted them 400 years, and also that nation whom they hath served am I actively judging. And very soon shall they come out again, with great substance. Yea, thus, for such cause, was that wondrous plague fashioned and weaponized, as in the days when men were greatly multiplied upon the face of the earth, and as the wicked ones devised their evil plans under Satan their leader, their chief of myriads and of legions, with the fallen didst make they a covenant of death with their offspring, they which are mingled amongst the seed of men, this that the fallen showedst again corrupt them, and conformed they them into the image of the beast. Yea, didst they this, that they showedst destroy all living creation, which Adonai Yahusha HaMashiach didst make, expressly mankind. Although their fallen agenda was directly pursuant against the descendants of all the tribes of Yasharel, most notably against the children of Yehuda. Moreover, as in the beginning, wherein the earth was without form and void, art these also likened unto the days and generations of Yered, the sixth from Adam. For as it were in the days of Yered, so shall the coming of the son of perdition be. Then spake I, thus saying, Verily 'tis plain to see, the beginning of the end of all flesh is now upon us. And as I sat upon the edge of my bed on a fair morning in the early time, as in the dearth of the pandemic's morn, marking the dirge and the news, and the speeches of the scribes thereof, yea, observing the behavior of acquaintances and kinfolk alike, came I to see that I was reliving a vision of things which were, but were yet not, yet of things that were shortly for to come. For in that day a voice was heard throughout all lands, a voice of peace, yet of sudden terror. And it was said, Build ye up the holy city of Jerusalem. For as with a trumpet's blast, the one behind the noise of the trump is a man with a plan, going forth conquering, and for to conquer. Then as I saw and heard all these things, sought I the two opened books, and besought Yahweh with great supplications, prayers, and fasting, as to know whether the thing signified again an end of all flesh. Yea, even as of the vision previously seen of me, as touching the last week. Moreover, beheld I in the 401st year of the captivity of Yehuda, at the very revolution of the year, this great and mysterious marvel. For as I saw one who maketh peace hidden behind a loud trumpet, heard I also this trump, as a trumpet speaking with a loud and boisterous voice, as of that which signaleth, Behold the covenant of peace and safety to be made with the unlawful inhabitants, which now dwelleth in the land of Yasharel, and with the kine of Pelesheth. Now in the 7th month, and afterward, it also came to pass that one appeared as if he was behind the trump which previously blew, speaking and confirming the edict, expressly the treaty of peace, even on the accord of Avraham, that the sanctuary, the streets, and the wall should be built again, even in troublous times. And when I confirmed that this thing was so, I understood the end of the matter, and knew that the time appointed is at hand, even very nigh at hand. For I saw both vision and prophecy enacted, even on the solemn accord of both men nomenclatured Avraham, as it is also in direct accord with the solemn similitudes. Therefore, according to that which is written, as when the last trump shall be made noisome, as it is unto they who hearkeneth unto its sounding, shalt that man of sin renege thereupon the irrevocable covenant. Then shall the son of perdition be fully made manifest, and unto the final battle's end hath the determination of world history been thus declared. Yet, in the 4th year of Yosheph, President of America, the word of Yahuwah came again unto Isaiah of decreed captivity, that from thence he wouldest see this a most bitter lamentation, though with a hopeful and expected end. For it was in those days, even at that time, which were also unto the days wherein the presence of he whose likeness was as unto the son of Adam hadst been as fully taken away, that the Kodeshim and the congregation thereof the temple appeared afore me, as sheep without a shepherd. For yea, saw I them in those days, also as sheep that awaiteth direction, yet in unto what was as a den of ravenous wolves. As thus, as in the overarching oracle, an impending leader was therefore soon come, that both the city and sanctuary shouldest be rebuilt, and restored unto the completion thereof. Yea, even in the midst of times of trouble, then came there a restorer of the breach, one which causeth restoration, expressly of a third temple. And I saw simultaneously makers of peace, and they who rebuild, they who maketh bold proclamations, that which proceeded forth. Thus the building and restoration of both the city and the sanctuary therefore came to pass, but after 7 weeks, yet which were of months. Thus when both proclamations went forth, so didst also the rebuilding of both the respective temples thereof. Moreover, whilst the sanctuary was being prepared, as in those days I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, was granted none access therein. And yea, whiles the sanctuary of that great city was being reconstructed, stood I outside the temple. Then lo, came there forth the angel of the reconstructed temple, and thus considered I also as this, the overseeing angel, thus giving instructions unto the carpenters, that they shouldest measure the temple of Adonai, and the altar thereof. And I saw and beheld, they also who worshipped therein, the temple. For the worshippers were measured also numerically in their forehead, and in their right hand, which was rendered as unto a scan. This by reason of the first plague. Yet the court outside the temple was left out, for it is given over unto the inhabitants of that great city, and they will trample it under foot unto the allotted end. For yea, it was concerneth the days wherein Yahuwah hath given authority unto his 2 witnesses, who will indeed prophesy for 1,260 days, that as for my prophesying, which from the day that the edict of peace went forth unto the first resurrection, hath the way straight been already made ready. Thus preparing the way for Adoni Yahusha HaMashiach, which being unto the day of the translation, then shall Chanoch and Eliyahu return clothed in sackcloth and ashes from up above. For these also art the 2 olive trees, and the 2 lampstands that do stand before the El of the earth. Yet behold, before those days come forth, cometh there an ensign unto the nations, as a banner before Yahuwah, a witness sealed of the tribe of Yehudah, one who came forth prophesying in the streets of that great city, as a voice of noise outside of the temple. Thus saith Yahuwah concerneth the soon coming recompense, determined upon that oppressing nation. Thus it was even as a great and tumultuous voice of noise, which was heard from the city, a voice from the temple. It is the voice of Yahuwah, rendering recompense unto his enemies all that they deserve. Now, whenever this voice of great tumult was heard in the city, and from outside of the temple, even the heavenly seal, which was placed upon his forehead, seen, thus served it unto him also as unto a witness. Yea, even as an ensign to all the nations, and for the watchers therein and thereof. This also that they which served protection unto him would continually watch over him, that he shouldest be not destroyed, not in the days of witnessing, neither in the days of the latter half, which art of their prophesying. Thus this was his end of days' lot, allotted unto him, and in his generations hath no man understanding, except according to what he hath seen, which is revealed, save only by the Ruach. And it also came to pass according to the process of due season, at the revolution of the 42nd month, that she was, and yet was not, for she was taken. For the Kodeshim, these are they that are the bride of Adonai Yahusha HaMashiach, they which were taken, that certain of them shouldest be very first fruits unto Yahweh Adonai. For these are they which art holy, blessed of the first resurrection at the sounding of the last trump. Isaiah's restoration. Moreover, in Barak's 2nd term, as unto the days of his successor, thus was written, this that which wast, the lamentation marked as thereupon the forehead. For it was thereupon he who caused an oblation of the desecration of sacrilege, as afore spoken, even in those days to be seen, that which as both typological and symbolically, as thus didst read, thus saith Adonai, thou art the anointed choir master that covereth, thou that covered the musician's seat, and I, Yah, have set thee so. Thou was consecrated upon the holy altar of El. Thou hast marched beyond the aisles in the midst of the sanctuary, singing in the glorious choir as one of my little ones. Thou was perfected in the giftedness of thy playing from the day that thou was taught, till insurrection was found in thee. By the multitude of thy pride, thou hast corrupted thy wisdom, and defiled thine office. Therefore I have cast thee as profane out of the holy temple of Mashiach, and thou art debased from the musician's seat. For thine heart was lifted up because of thy skill. Thou hast perverted thy ways for thine own glory, and thine iniquity hath profaned thy name in the midst of the sanctuary. Yet, in the 4th year of Yochef, president of America, came the word of Yahuwah again unto Isaiah of decreed captivity, that from thence he would see the end thereof, this most bitter lamentation, that he would consider his hopeful and expected end. Now concerneth the eviction from the temple which is of spoken and performed promise. Saw he this, behold, O thou who increasest in wisdom and understanding, to the covering musician, thou hast sought and sought, seeking out the wisdoms of Daniel. From there no secret thing was hidden from thee. With thy zeal and with thine intrigue thou hast gotten thee wisdom, and hast gotten understanding and knowledge into thy heart. By thy much learning and by thy testimony hast thou increased thy witness, yet thine heart became lifted up because of thy insight. Therefore the head of the flock saith thus, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of a shepherd. Behold, therefore I have brought a wolf upon thee, the terrible of the pack, he which hath drawn his claws and razor-sharp teeth against the par excellence of thy wisdom, and thus hath confounded thy brightness. Why shalt thou be brought down to the pit? Or why shalt thou die the deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the congregation of many people? Wilt thou yet say before him that seeketh to slay thee, I am pastor? But thou shalt be as an hireling, and no shepherd, in the claws of him that devoureth thee. For thou shalt die the deaths of the carcass by the claws of wolves, save ye be reconciled. Yet who hath believed this report? And to whom is the mystery of my vast goodness been revealed? Then it shall come to pass, though now the proud make merry, and yea, though the handiwork of the wicked's wickedness is exalted. Yea, as for he that greatly tempted Yahuwah Adonai, shall it be delivered. For in that day the fear of Yahuwah will rest upon him, as upon the whole house of Yaakov. And I, Yahuwah, shall hearken, and hear the cry of my chosen one, and a book of remembrance, wherein his name was to be blotted out. It shall remain written before him, even for them that do fear me, and that think continually upon my holy name. For thus saith Yahuwah, the mighty sovereign one of Yashara'el, they shall all be mine, saith Yahuwah Adonai Tsevaoth. In that day when I inherit mine inheritance, as I will allot them their portion, as a father which lays up treasures for his only begotten son, that son which serveth him with fear. Isaiah's Epiphany. Now came it to pass in the amidst, which, colloquially speaking, is the first global plague, as most simply put, the days of Yered. Saw I an epiphany pertaineth he who by name is called an enumerating sixth man of eschatological sorts. Yea, namely, he who by treason is he of whom as afore old was previously prophesied to forerun that wicked one. This that his express accord wouldst set in motion all processes according to scarce time. For as men had greatly multiplied upon the face of the earth in those days, their daughters didst bear unto them fair and comely children, that I, Isaiah the captive, wouldest behold another wondrous and most bitter evil, yea, that which is of spiritual wickedness in the sinister places, yea, both high and lofty. For in the overseeing order of governance as over world powers, the former sons of heaven watched against the progeny of men. And as thus they were watching, observing their fruitfulness, and how they were abundantly increasing in the earth, as in the former days, the fallen, the evil Ruachoth which then were, yet as again now art, knowing that their time was cut short, loathed they them even the more. And in desiring to utterly annihilate them, this the fallen, as thus said they one to another, Come, let us devise our final plan, that we shouldest destroy fully the children of men from off the face of the earth, and let us again mingle ourselves with the seed of men, that we may beget us children by them. For the day of our great judgment is near, yea, even very closely nigh at hand. Thus in accordance with their pact, this the sacrilegious pact, in which they, the fallen, bound themselves thereby, as in an act, this their sacrilegious strange act, as in the former days of Yered, when it came to pass, as yet again. Though this time directly under the directives of Satan their leader, the chief of myriads and of legions, for as he whose tail didst draw the third part of the stars of heaven, cast he them down to the earth. This in accordance with the process of scarce time, yet in the latter days, wherein their descent into this realm wouldest, as already written in eternity, in the earth soon make manifest. Now thus is the book which doth contain the record of the final generation of man, in the day wherein it was written, in the late eve of mere mortal man, appertaineth what then was, as again now is. For Yahweh Adonai instructed Isaiah of decreed captivity to write, concerneth the fast approaching end, which he as thus didst see, touching this his final generations. Moreover, as for their former treaty, in the which made they mutual imprecations, upon the summit of Mount Hermon, Ardis, as in the process of scarce time, will there again be Nephilim and their offspring roaming the earth. For in accordance with the direct coordinates of that which took place in the days of former, wherein the evil ones mingled with the seed of men, their plan shall even for a time prosper. And when children are again born unto them, the same will be the mighty men which wert of old, men of renown. For behold, here is the mystery, as it is written therein another place, as it were in the days of Yered the sixth from Adam, so shall the coming of the son of perdition be. For as in his days, wherein the edict to restore and to build Jerusalem unto the coming of Hamashiach, the Prince hath gone forth, even as unto the second coming of true Tzion's Mashiach Yahusha, the Anointed One. There shalt remain 1 week, and in the midst thereof their fallen agenda of everlasting evil, their seed, which is mingled with the seed of men, as in the days wherein the progeny of men cry for peace and safety. These shall, they their marked ones, also be bound, as by this the mutual treaty. Thus by reason that they altogether have already imprecated upon it during the days of the first plague. And yet, though knowing not, as in the accord of that which is written, unto the day of the reneging thereof, that their covenant with death hath already been nullified, and that their agreement with Sheol hath already fallen thither into the pit, as in the midst of the week during the latter end, when it shall be made manifest, as the days of the overflowing scourge which passeth through. Shall the entirety of earth's inhabitants be trodden down there by it? For thus is it not written in a certain place, Here is wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. The Book of Oracular Declarations. The book of the sovereign word of Yahweh, which came unto Isaiah of decreed captivity during the days of Jocheph, beginning in the 1st and 2nd years of his reign, concerneth Yehuda's last days, therein the land of their decreed captivity, and the things which must shortly take place in order to escape the impending doom of America. Moreover, Yahuwah Elion saith thus, I have seen the condition and deplorable state of mine elect. Though ye have built the country wherein ye are scattered, ye have no rest. Ye have given her your best, only to find that it will never be good enough. Ye search far and wide, looking for hope, yet ye overlook the only hope. Turn to me quickly, for I shall bring upon her a great evil, and the remnant of the Gentiles shall look upon her in great sorrow and distress, for she hath fallen. Come out of her ways, and I will deliver you out of her borders before I bring this great judgment to pass. For the mouth of Yahuwah hath spoken. The burden of the word of Yahuwah concerneth the house of Yehuda. Lo, the time hath come where this great evil overtook most of you by surprise. Have not Yahuwah warned? Thus saith Yahuwah, I am in the midst, and do not hide my face from you any longer. Yet a remnant of Yehuda and Yashareel still remain in the land of their captivity, whither I have driven them. Ye hearkened not unto my servants the prophets. Therefore, lo, the time cometh where an exceedingly small remnant of you shall escape the wrath of mine indignation. For I have spoken it. Son of Adam, take up a doleful lamentation against the house of Esau concerneth what has just transpired, saith Yahuwah. So didst I as commanded, and took up a lamentation against the whole house of Esau, saying, O Esau, how thou art fallen! Thou hast said in thine wicked heart, I shall rebuild mine kingdom, an even mightier one than Yahweh who liveth forever, though thou hast made our workmanship to be abased. Also saying, I shall rebuild unto the most high heavens a mightier fortress, an everlasting one. O thou most high! O Esau, shall I weep for thee in the secret places, for the calamity which hath just befallen thee? Though thou hast capitalized upon the deplorable state of Yasharel, and hast mocked the scattered of the whole house of Yehuda abroad, because of our stiff-necked ways, shall I still pray, Yahuwah Tsevaoth, that a remnant, even a small portion, turn away from thy hand of oppression, wherewith thou hast smitten the feeble of mind and of heart, yea, lest it be too late, though thou hast stored up spoil for yourselves in the last days, treasures and hidden goodly pleasant things, at the expense of our toil and misery, and render us not in return a just recompense for our labor. Shall I pray still unto Yahuwah Tsevaoth, that a remnant, even a small portion of thee, seek forgiveness, and that thou findest salvation in the Elohim of Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yasharel, lest the whole house of Esau findeth himself wholly eradicated. For thou hast hidden the truth of the most holy one of Yasharel in unrighteousness for manifold benefit. As concerneth the truth of his true elect ones, shall I yet pray that peradventure thou wouldest be healed? Esau, O Esau, though your eternal fate was inevitable as the rising and setting of the sun toward the east, even as unto that great and dreadful day of Yahuwah, wherein the sun is darkened, and the moon and the stars art now withdrawn of any shining, shalt I still pray unto Yahuwah mine Redeemer, if it be possible, that he wouldest spare even a remnant of thee. Yea, even after this last evil hath left thine empire in a state of everlasting derision. Yahuwah's day with haste hath now come, and lo, as he cometh in the clouds with clouds, he cometh to cut off all the inhabitants of the land of Idumea. For with sword and by fire hath that day of darkness swiftly come upon thee. Yea, even as a thief in the night. As it is written, hast thou not been warned? Moreover, Yahuwah saith thus, the hour hath been far spent, and the sorrow of my people hath come unto mine ear. The set time appointed hath overtaken you, not by naught, but by your unbelief and wicked hearts, saith Yahuwah. Have I not sworn by my great name, that lo, the days shall come, when I, the great Elohim of Yasharel, shall take away the reproach of mine elect? Yet ye laughed and mocked, ye scoffed and coughed at the notion of mine likeness being of worth. Ye have cast lots for my goodly treasures. Ye have sold a boy for a harlot, and a girl for wine. Shall ye then escape without rendering me my recompense? Do I, Yahuwah, not repay evil with this great and mighty evil? Am I mocked? Therefore the days have come upon you which ye feared, and I shall laugh at you in the day of your calamity, for I have spoken it, saith Yahuwah. Moreover, I then spake unto Yahuwah, and inquired, what shall I say to the elect of Yasharel, and unto the engraftment once more, before this great evil take place against this land of Babel, which is also called spiritual Mitzrayim, O thou mighty deliverer? Then the word of Yahuwah came unto me again, saying, proclaim far and wide, and publish ye this, her destruction which cometh. It cometh from the north. Her hired men are within her waiting, on the right opportunity to strike, as the scorpion awaiteth to strike. And lo, it is sudden. The way of escape, that open door which no man shutteth, neither can be opened, which I have closed, is set before you. Hear ye the words of my servant, that ye shall escape her calamity. Do not leave your houses for the week wherein ye see the sudden destruction which cometh with haste. For I have sealed thee with the seal of seals unto the day of redemption. The death angel shall pass over thee, lest ye dash your foot against the pavement, whereby I have prohibited thee from departing. For a week ye shall be sustained with food, water, and shelter, and no calamity shall harm you, which harmeth the heathen. I shall open the floodgates of heaven with my many benefits, because ye have made your robes spotless. Thus I will keep thee sustained, and sheltered from the hour of trial, wherewith the whole world is taken by storm, to try them that dwell upon the whole face of the earth. Therefore be of exceeding good cheer, for ye have overcome. Remain prayerful, that ye shall not be blotted out of the Lamb's book of life. Time is at hand. O King, Melech HaMelechim, O Yah, Elohai HaElohim, my Adonai HaAdonaim, my Savior and Redeemer. How shall the elect escape if we are to stay in holy confinement in the midst of a burning and ever so chaotic world? Surely we will wait anxiously in anticipation of everlasting deliverance to the land where thou hast sworn unto our forefathers, the land flowing with milk and honey. Moreover, many of us have the hope of New Jerusalem on the new earth, and to be in thy presence in the new heaven. How then shall these things take place with no rapture unto us, O Yasharel? I pray and ask thee, most holy and wise one, I pray thee for an answer, O Elohim. Then I was instructed to write down, Thus saith Yahuwah, on account of my prayer. And Yahuwah answered me, saying, Ye shall escape while being in the midst with a hedge of protection, so they shall see the salvation of Yahuwah. When all is accomplished, I shall come and rescue you from the four winds of the earth, and will bring you down to the valley of Yahushaphat, and make a final plea on your behalf. Then shall ye reign with me years without end, and your spoil shall be greater than that of the first exodus from Mitzrayim, whereby I used my servant Moshe as a great and mighty deliverer. And lo, that day shortly cometh, in which the first shall be last, and surely the last first. For I, Yahuwah, have spoken it. And at last shall ye all who have kept me as faithful and true enter eternity with me, and shall no longer remember the cares of this past life. For old things have become new, and the former shall no more be in remembrance. Though your sins were as scarlet, behold, they have been washed white as snow. Moreover, the word of Yahuwah said unto me, Son of Adam, write down this prayer of repentance to the reader of this book. Let it be made known that I, Yahuwah, give grace unto them that seek my goodness while I am near, and mercy whilst it may still be found. Therefore, as commanded, I wrote down the prayer of repentance concerneth the great evil which just took out that great world power. To the reader of this great book, thus saith Yahuwah, My Ruach shall not always strive with man, for he is also mortal man. Therefore, the days have been cut short to preserve the earth and the future generations from an everlasting evil. Yet lo, it hath come to pass that as in the days of Noach ye reaped a great evil, whereby the earth was wiped out with a great deluge, this time by fire. Moreover, for this cause Yahuwah saith thus, Yet I have spared some of you to perish, not that ye may find mercy to repent. Yet ye repent not, saith Yahuwah. If it were possible, ye would have repented, but instead ye accepted the mark of him, which now is come with signs and lying wonders, in which there is no salvation. What is this I see throughout the land? Every man, boy, woman, and girl of every kindred, tribe, and tongue, both small and great, free and bond, bowing down to Baal. Have ye received the marking of the right hand scan, or your forehead red? Have ye hearkened unto the mass of masked deception, whereby no man shall buy or sell, save he have the mark? My goodly creation hath been relegated to less than human, whereby there is now no salvation. Many of you knowingly have taken the mark in expectancy of transhumanism, just to be deceived to the eternal fate of your father, the devil. But unto you who are wavering between two opinions, ye still have a little grace left. Choose ye this day whom ye will serve. If Elohim be Elohim, then serve him with all your being. Yet if Baal be Elohim, then serve Baal with all thy being, lest I vomit you out of my mouth. Therefore pray ye this prayer. Dear Yahushua HaMashiach, my only true and living hope, I have sinned a great sin of many sins before thee. Help me this day to overcome my wavering mindset, lest the great evil of these sorrowful times vex my heart beyond repentance. I need thee, and thee only do I need, in this final hour. There is no other name on earth whereby man must be saved, except by the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. I pray thou forgive me of all my sins, and remember them no more, that I may be pardoned from the eternal lake of fire. Thank you, Adonai, for thy precious Ruach HaKodesh in advance. In Yahushua's most holy name I do pray. Even so. Amen. Moreover, Adonai thus said unto me, Mere mortal Adam, set thy face before me in prayer and supplication, making known your heart's desire unto me. Then prayed I as admonished in accordance with the instruction of Yahuwah on account of the year prior, which was the mark of the pandemic. Dear Yahuwah, I recollect the visions thou hast given unto me around the beginning of the decade. Surely there is a greater understanding to the pandemic than the agenda of 2021. Yet hast thou even graciously revealed thus their agenda, that which being, destroy Israelites, victory over Christ. Yet, as it is written, Christ only victorious, I am determined. But I ask thee, O Yahuwah, how does this fit into the puzzle of prophecy and the calamities of short succession? O eternal El Yahuwah, I pray thee to make plain your word regardeth the matter, that the reader of this book shouldest find escape out of this crashed system of Seir. Thus saith Yahuwah concerneth the matter. I am, and I am victorious. It is determined. It hath come to pass the fulfillment of Mashiach's words. All these are the beginning of sorrows. When the pandemic took the earth by storm last year, all prophecies had been fulfilled except two. Lo, one of the two hath befallen upon the land, and the final shall come to pass immediately after the tribulation of these days. For I have spoken it. Then I heard the voice of the eternal El Yahuwah speak unto me, Mere mortal Adam, take up a new parable unto the lost sheep, which are scattered abroad. Make known unto them their identity. Therefore did I as commanded, and said unto the lost sheep which are scattered abroad, O my people, consider ye the nightmare. Observe how every imaginable evil is possible once thou hast fallen into a deep sleep. Take notice how nothing is off limits in the realm of sleep. Take heed to this final 400-year nightmare, how ye have slept in the deep realm of darkness, whereby your darkness was made an evil, and the people of that great monster whiteness made as a false light. Give ear, my people, how in this realm of falseness up is down and down is up. Doth not every dream, whether good or bad, come to an end? Even this very nightmare shall come to its completion, when ye shall call upon the name of Yahuwah, O his people. Then shall he make an end to your sleep, and thus the nightmare shall be over. The ruach of slumber hath ceased, saith Yahuwah. It shall come to pass that all the oppressors of Yashara'el shall take their part in a realm of sleep. They shall sleep for 1,000 years, and shall rise no more, as Yahuwah doth bring to pass the final judgment. For Yah hath spoken it. So therefore I ask of you, O Yehuda and Yashara'el, the twain shall be unified. Who sleeps the greater nightmare? He who hath slept a short while only to rise to the name of the high call of Yahuwah, or he who sleeps a short while only to wake in everlasting judgment? Who shall suffer the greater nightmare? Is it the one who sleepeth under the shadow of the Almighty without knowing it? Or is it he who sleepeth under the shadow of the Almighty, in accordance with their deception, only to lift up his eyes in eternal damnation? Rejoice not in their calamity, O Yehuda, neither exalt thyself as the eagle hath done against thee, O ye children of Yashara'el. For as it is written, the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. O how it hath hastily come. Then thus spake I unto Yahuwah Sevaoth concerneth his second coming, and the days of Noach, which have resurfaced as a drowned carcass from the depths of the sea, yet which resurfaces in a certain timeliness. And I heard the voice of him that liveth forever and ever, saying, Consider the ark of safety, wherein Noach and a remnant of all living creatures, untainted by the great unforgivable sin, found refuge, according to my most holy instructions, the warning of a righteous man for 120 years, saying, Yahuwah shall destroy the whole earth with a great deluge, a flood of many waters. Turn ye back to the Creator of the universe, lest ye perish. Observe their doings in those days. What were they doing, ye may ask? Marrying and giving in marriage, eating and drinking, living life without concern for righteousness. If the answer be yes, then I ask you, why was my anger so grievously kindled against man? Was the destruction for naught? Do I take pleasure in seeing my creation perishing, left and right? But lo, I say unto you, they were my creation, but had mingled seed with evil Ruachoth, and became a seed of them. They corrupted themselves in abominable ways before me. They defiled themselves with all manner of impurity. They turned from their humanity to a strange creation, which I knew not, neither took any pleasure in. They became the seed of the adversary, and could not repent, even if they desired, for they had forfeited salvation. Do I, Yahuwah, not see that same evil again in this wicked and adulterous generation, a seed of corrupters that hath no pleasure in righteousness, neither considereth the sake of the godly? But lo, I say unto you, this generation shall suffer a greater evil, for I have spoken it. Yea, I, even I, have foreknowledge and ordination of the rainbow, and have established it upon the cloud of the open firmament of the heavens, for a special sign that I lie not. But what is this that I see them do? Saith Yahuwah Tsevaoth, a mockery, or is it a great rebellion that hath risen up as unto Sidom? Peradventure, there be 10 righteous before that great and dreadful day of my appearing. Shall Amorah find refuge, or hath she been accounted as twain with Sedom? Doth not the goose and her gander have the same origins? Saith the Creator. Do not birds of the same feather flock together? How can two walk together, except they be agreed? For I cannot lie, and if I speak it, shall it not come to pass? Lo, it was more tolerable for the twin cities in the day of celestial fire upon the terrestrial workmanship of mine hands, than for the great evil which is upon you. Turn unto me, unconverted ones, ye of a wavering heart, while ye may find my mercy. For your soul is the most valuable thing now in this time. Therefore take not the mark upon the forehead, nor the right hand. Serve not mammon, neither make your left hand privy to the things of my right hand on the day ye read thereof, and convert to me. For your soul shall be at stake, for I, Yahuwah, have spoken it. Then came there unto me, lastly, Son of man, sing the new song of deliverance unto mine ears. Play it aloud on the keyed instrument of the prototyped pipe. Proclaim it among the sinners in the street. Show forth my goodness and mercies which are renewed every morning. So I sang the new song of deliverance unto my Eluah as instructed, and in his hearing was much homage made heard. For in the year that Babel fell, I saw also Adoni seated upon his throne, and I was humbly abased before him, as his judgment filled the courtroom. His voice declared, thus pleading, Holy, 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 be ye holy, for I am holy. And I said unto him that liveth forever and ever, just a little more grace, O thou Ancient of Days, for surely I deserve it not, neither can I earn it. But canst thou wipe away all mine iniquity, and remember my sin no more? I plead with thee, O Yah. Let only my good works be accounted for on the day of judgment, and only then shall I stand before thy face in everlasting peace, and with great reward. Then when I didst awake from the dream, lo, I had an eternal peace, and no more were my sins impending my inevitable doom as before. So sang I, glad to be in the service one more time. Yea, I sang an old song, yea, sang I indeed, but with new revelation, glad to be in the service is as unto an army, the exceedingly great army of Yahuwah, so exceedingly great that in the day of battle, General Yahusha in that great valley of Yehoshaphat shall make an immediate end of all evil wrought upon the earth. One more time is as unto another day. another new mercy never seen before, never to be seen again. He did not have to let me live, is according to his will and sovereignty, though his grace and mercy endureth from generation to generation. He chooses unto whom he graces it with. Have I done any righteousness that has earned such great salvation? Elohim forbid, I think not, but this, being the very essence of my worship unto the Most High and Holy One of Yasharel, who shall inherently renew the everlasting grace and mercy in accordance with his bountiful promises. I am so glad he did, is the strength of my song unto thee, O Yahweh. For in it have I found an everlasting escape from all the cares of this life. Even on my bed of affliction shall I sing unto thee this new song of renewed reverence, even when I shall see thee face to face, and behold thy presence. Amen. Moreover, Yahweh spake unto me, thus saying, I am Yahweh, and I am is my name. Continually be prayerful and repentant over the coming days, so that the serpent which hideth in the bushes doth not come unto thee with subtlety, and spew the misty lies whereby the waters of Chua's soul were overwatered. Neither allow the miry clay of Adam's eyes to behold blindness, lest ye fall into the pit everlasting, where no pity is found. Continually offer unto me the sacrifices of praise as I have commanded, lest the sins of Cain overtake thine heart, and I set upon thee his mark and recompense. Seek the shelter of Yaakov, thy forefather, and not the protection of Esau, thine defeated foe, lest your cry of deliverance be in vain. Come out of the ways of Mitzrayim continually, and in due season I shall send a mighty deliverer, and they shall see the salvation of Yahweh. O ye hired men who are secretly in the midst of her, destroy her idols, for they are confounded, saith Yahweh. Do as I commanded unto Yahusha, the son of Nun, and leave nothing alive. Neither take pity, but utterly destroy her. Yea, even ye multitude of grasshoppers which cannot be counted, come, take part in her calamity which hath befallen her, saith Yahuwah. Eliyahu, come, O troubler of Yashareel, and speak unto the camps. Thus saith Yahuwah of Yashareel, O my people, who have the breath of him that liveth forever, ye have been called by this great and almighty name. Turn ye fathers of Yehudah to your sons and daughters, and likewise take heed, O stiff-necked children, and hearken to thy father's voice. He pleadeth with thee to turn to him, while he shall show unto you his blessings. In like manner should ye seek him, and he abandoneth thee and forsake you, so shall the Most High forsake him. If there be no reconciliation, the curse of eternal immaturity shall continually plague thee, O Yahudah, and thou children of Yashareel. Yahweh shall send Yahusha HaMashiach, as before spoken of by the prophet, and he shall be known to you as Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty Elohim, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Then proceeded I, that I would make a final inquiry unto Yahuwah again, regardeth the rapture, O Adoni of Adonaim, and Melech HaMelechim, Some say thou shalt secretly take up a select few out of the face of the great calamity. But lo, these are they who are in the midst thereof. And they, even they, are the ones who have befallen this great evil, which is wrought upon the earth, in accordance with this prophecy. Yahuwah, please make known unto me the truth of this matter, I pray thee. And it came to pass that Yahuwah spake, saying, Who is it that maketh their nest among the stars, and saith in their wicked heart, Who shall bring me down to the ground? Is not their father Halel? Hath he not said in his prideful heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Is there therefore no wonder that the hidden things of Esau are searched out, his hidden deeds made manifest? Where hast thou read, in the most Kodesh books of a secret coming of I, Yahuwah, maker of heaven and earth? Or didst thou see where I said unto my disciples, If they shall say unto you, Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Adam be. Shall not the dispensation of the fullness of times be preceded by the revealing of the son of perdition? Or hath it not been warned unto you, to not be shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by ruach, nor by word, as that the day of Mashiach is at hand? Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. Dost thou see righteousness removed, or the restraining power lifted? But I say unto thee, thou son of the Most High Elohim, my servant, who is he that is righteous? Is it he that proclaimeth my name in vain, and maketh strange sacrifices unto Baal in the secret places of the earth? Nay, yet I say unto thee, I have brought to light the very deeds of evil as evil, that there may be known unto man the good from the evil in such a time as this. For I, Yahuwah, have spoken it, Isaiah's taunt against the Antichrist. Moreover came unto Isaiah this taunt, which, as in a proverb, watcheth against the whole house of Esau Edom, of the land of the Edomians. O bookshelf of Esau, my beloved brother, how art thou a desolate library! Thy branches have become devoid of users. Thy shelves are left utterly waste, full of lies and deception. Thou hast hidden the black books in the crevices of thy beloved basements and attics. Thou hast resorted to underhanded schemes of withholding the truth. All laborers have deserted thy wretched rooms and registration desks. There is now no turning back, for lo and behold, the black book hath been opened, and the seals are now being broken. What hath been of ancient in the covert of thy cubicle countertops are now easily spotted out. There is none soundness in thee. Therefore, all the white books stuck therein, the shelves of Esau, shall be kindled by the great librarian of truth. As the book stuck thereon, The shelf of Esau shalt be as stubble before the fire's flame, where none shall quench it. Thou hissest with the hiss of him who hissed in the earlobe of Chua. Now, therefore, thou shalt perish by the brotherly hatred of Cain, who from the beginning deceived. Hath not Yahuwah warned? Hath not the grape-gatherers and the thieves, even the robbers by night, stolen until they have had enough? Do the wicked of the household of Yehuda, even unto the house of Yashareel, go wholly unpunished as for unto 4 hours? Doth not the iniquity of great mystery unveil herself for the time appointed? Lo, the time hath come, where they shall weep for Esau, my twin, in the secret places of the earth. O Esau and thy posterity, O Idumea, thou hast taken what was as a home-born slave, and built a lavishness of the heaping. Therefore the cubicle of America shall be ruined by the flame of Yah's fury. Shall we not rejoice in the day of the righteous retribution? Yet shall I still pray Yahuwah Tsevaoth, that he wouldest kindly spare a remnant of thee. For Yashareel hath not likewise, as thou, forsaken thy brotherly covenant. Yea, is it not his will that none should perish? Therefore weep, O ye people of Seir. Praise ye Yahuwah, O ye inhabitants and congregants of Sion. For Adoni hath set the captives free. Rejoice, and again I say, be exceeding glad. For he hath dealt righteously, the just vindication meet unto all the earth. For I have seen the salvation and glory of Yahuwah, even as he hath prospered me bountifully in the day of their defeat. Sing Yahushiana, ye poor and contrite of Ruach. Play a new tune on the piped instruments, for he hath dealt a new blessing from up above. And now walking amongst us is the great and almighty to save, he that is true and glorious. Hallelujah! For the majesty of our Mashiach's marvelous might is manifold in the mission. For the kingdom is now Abba Eluah's both now, and yea, forevermore. Isaiah's vision of vaccinations leading to damnation. Now thus is the sovereign word of Yahuwah, which Isaiah of decreed captivity didst foresee in the land of America, concerning the overflowing scourge as spoken afore of old by the prophet Esaias, that it would be fulfilled when great tribulation shall soon arise. Moreover, because of this unholy union betwixt the inhabitants of the whole earth and the realm of the dead, as a part of a desperate and final strategy against the vials of Elohim's judgments, by way of the first plague, the world being they who relied not upon the chief cornerstone, Yahusha HaMashiach. Therefore they will be stricken with panic, for Yahuwah will justly judge according to what they have done to his people, and in righteousness will he weigh the balances, and turn their recompense upon their own heads, for the harsh servitude wherewith the Gentiles, yea, even all the nations, didst make them to serve. Fire and brimstone will cleanse their false hope, wherein they put their trust, rather than Yahuwah, who is blessed forever. Moreover, as for the lie, their seed will overflow the hiding place of all the heathen. They which are marked for damnation hath already made their covenant with Hades, which will be cancelled out. For the treaty with the fallen will descend into the pit, at the time when Yahuwah's fierce wrath sweeps by. they will be taken down by it. As often as my wrath is poured out, saith Yahuwah, it will escort the souls of you, which are marked for everlasting damnation, thereinto the pit. As for each and every morning, yea, day by day, and night by night, my righteous judgments shall come, take soul after soul away, till there be none, which are allotted to go in the way of perdition. For he, with understanding of the report, will be sorely afraid for them. Moreover, the word of Yahuwah says this, Now do not scoff, for I, Yahuwah, am not mocked, lest your punishment become far more severe. For Yahuwah, even Yahusha, the sovereign one of Yashareel, the Almighty, hath shown unto me this their destruction. Yea, touching even the entirety, the souls of all men. Isaiah's Book of Riddles. The roll of riddles, I, Isaiah, the decreed captive alone, didst see. It was appertaineth both the dearth and the dirge, during the time of America's imminent crash. Get thy sackcloth and get thy ashes, come one and come all, trade thine coats and cloaks for swords. Seek ye diligently thy exceeding and great reward. Draw nigh unto hearkening, as a wise one would. Ask ye now, and see whether a man doth travail with child. For as it is also written, Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness? For lo, these be those very days of vengeance. Lo, for according to that which is written, the day of vengeance is in Yahuwah's heart, and the year of our redemption is come. Then shall they weep and howl in her streets, as unto the tormented serpent's doleful hissing. Now come, present up hither that melodious and soulful song, an oblation of praise from Yehudah unto the Holy One of Yashareel. For in Sion doth our Adonai remain. Therefore put ye in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe, the winepress is full, with their fats it too doth overflow, for their wickedness against us is great. Come, Adoni Yahusha, come even so. Albeit thy will, please give it a go. Ever so dear, do not cancel the show. For lo, beneath the guiding of that very presiding, do they rule as Achav in America, the bloody land of Esau's hiding. For, as therein this stolen land, Halel is arising. Thus is it too late to stop this Abaddon. Here is wisdom, just as was needed in the days of Bin Laden, even their solemn cries for calamity to cease. As during the days of revelation, a first woe, as when finally accomplished, with haste behold came Revelation 9 and 12. So didst calamity cease a short space for everlasting peace? Or are we now in the time of Yaakov's trouble? Just pray ye Yahuwah the end thereof be now unto double. For the latter rain shall break forth after he giveth power to his 2 witnesses, who, being before the very presence of Yahuwah Adonai of the harvest. For alas, she is the voice of staggering, she is stirring up war by way of the daggering. When fully complete, she happily drinks of the cup of trembling, but her choice delight is the freshly brewed. Yet the just Adonai is in the midst thereof, for just as she do, that too doth he brew. Thus against her is his determination of indignation justly accomplished, in the exact same manner down goeth her accomplice, the everlasting fermentation in the midst of these times of great consternation. She also traffics the souls of men, they who are merged and mixed and mingled, as unto the feet of an image who once would fully melt in the witch's pot of everlasting sorceries, the blood of them that do cry, Please avenge our cause, O our Abba Yah. For in the lodge of Washington's wickedness there is truly a headquarters of several sorceries. Yet Abba Yah, globally we do pray, have remorse on us. Amen. Just a little while longer. Again, I do say, just wait on it. Woe to the world, our Mashiach is come, the one whereby we strum. Let each and every harp apart play the tune. Abba Yah, depart. They dread the one who treads. Yea, they dread the one who treads. They dread their woe in Abba Yah's kingdom. For he who now letteth will let, until the weak it soon crashes. And wise is he who, dimly seeing, stashes. Woe, woe, woe be unto that sluggard, as the going gets tough, for her markets have not enough in the midst of her week. For before the vision of weeks finally completes, doth her shelves wholly deplete, as spoken of by the prophet Yirmeyahu, of decreed captivity, who also seeing aforehand the Statue of Liberty. Yea, even this, that America's idols are dumb. Yea, her idols they are also sore confounded, amidst his lamenting, as when ye shall therefore see an amalgamation of lamentations, as spoken of by the Revelator, standing before the very Elohim of the earth. Let him who hath an ear hear. For these be those very days of weeks, which art of vengeance, that all things which are written would be fulfilled. For then the wall of Gaza will be kindled, likened unto the dry and barren streams, amid the first woes ceasing. Shall her very palaces be stricken with the burning of itching? They will suffer them not a proper burial, as unto the day of the ditching. Yea, for Yahuwah hath sworn by the excellency of his holiness, behold, the days of the Leviathans fishing, wherein many shall in like manner be reeled up to the snitching. As said in the days of old, pray unto Yahuwah Tsevaoth, please let not our flight be of the cold. Therefore fear not, for I say unto thee, be exceedingly bold. For he who overcomes hath overflowing treasures of gold without mold. Isaiah's Lamentations. These are the lamentations of the captive Isaiah, who by divine decree was sealed of the tribe of Yehudah. He wrote by the open books, this controversy concerneth his burden of Babel, whilst still in the land of her virgin daughter, whereas she yet sitteth in solitude upon the dust of her ashes, as the residue of a thick hot vapor, which fadeth therein unto the heart of oblivion, who being made tributary, as in the midst of her soon coming destruction. Moreover, Isaiah made he his inquiry unto the Most High, and yea, whilst making suit, cried he, Why doth the voice of one crying unto Yahuwah goeth unheard? Doth he hear not the cry of the little ones? Is there not justice on behalf of they who art burdened with a load of grief? As I wander the streets of captivity seeking Yahuwah's voice, concerneth, O Yasharel, do I also carry an extra load of care, too grievous to utter in words. Yea, the city is desolate. What once was an empire hath soon begun to crumble downward unto the sides of the pit. Have we not built this very world power? Did not the children of Yashar'el build the virgin daughter of Babel as a city which sitteth solitary and solemnly so, and without reaping back what we have sown? Surely I am sore vexed within. Why are her inhabitants within her borders, as unto a seething pot, boiling over with indignation towards Elohim's chosen people? They are molten within, and do boil an exceeding great mixture of many metals, even as far as the eye can see. Yet within this pot is a lump of clay. Yea, it sitteth solitary in the pot of molten waxed metals of many. The seething pot is as a ticking time bomb, yet none shall be saved, save ye depart from out of the borders of her ways, O Yehuda. Yea, and all whoso will cleave unto the heel of the firstborn, Yaakov. Behold, Yahuwah answereth his servant in due season, and in his timeliness doth he make all matters clear. Then the word of Yahuwah came unto me, saying, Isaiah, do not fret thyself into a frenzy. I am is in the midst, and doeth no iniquity. I, Yah Most High, shall requite this mess which hath boiled over. I, even I, Yahuwah Yireh, brought to pass this great evil upon her, O virgin daughter of Babel. She sits not in solitude. She is not a solemnly sworn city unto righteousness. She saith she is blessed. Yet who hath sanctified her? I am a prosperous nation. Yet who hath built her walls, and filled within her an infrastructure of fine roads, buildings, and flourished her communities with witty inventions, and the cunning knowledge in her classrooms? Who hath done all this? Surely, as I, Yah, have purposed, so have I done. As promised, I brought the children of Yashar'el from their land to this foreign land, wherein they observe a strange deity. You have built and toiled and labored, reaping not a blessing, but the curse of Cain. Though I have made your seed as innumerable as the sand of the seashore, a mighty nation of kings and priests unto me, I, Yahuwah, have also justly abased thee 400 years as promised, even by way of ships. Therefore, as I, Yahuwah, have said, come ye, my people, out of Babel, that I might heal thee, lest you perish with her in the day of her calamity. O Adoni, rich in mercy and great in wrath towards all who oppose thy holiness, let me find grace and great mercy in thy sight. For I, even I, have sinned greatly. I need grace and mercy, as well as a ruach of judgment, that I may be thoroughly furnished and wholly complete in thee. O my Eluah, please make not an utter end of me, yet correct me in thy tender care. Yet after I am reproved, sanction me before thine heavenly hosts with approval. Please, I do pray, seized unto the heaven of heavens, forever and ever. And I will be ever so careful to accomplish the work here on earth, to its completion, without fear or favor. Neither will I assimilate with evil. Thus saith Adoni Yahusha, Behold my forerunner, a witness unto all the nations round about. I shall clothe him with a sackcloth from up above. The ashes shall be on his forehead, as the residue of a hot coal which brusheth up against the pavement. None shall make him afraid. No, not by might, neither by the strength of munition of mighty men. He shall prophesy in the streets of the city, even that great city. Yea, and to all which cometh against him shall the plagues of the fire of his mouth consume them. Yet in the temple shall he not go therein. For outside the gates thereof shall he make mention of me, saith Adoni Yahusha Hamashiach. They which shall cleave unto the words of my servant shall find refuge from the days of much grief. After the days of his prophesying are complete, shall that wicked overcome him. He will be slain of the sword in the streets of his prophesying. Though the miracles in their sight be great, yet a low degree of multitudes shall see the salvation of Yah. Isaiah's presidential reign. Now therein, America's hallowed corridors, as pertaineth governance, that which is called by name the highly exalted palace, was there one standing, with the name inscribed, Restoration. As one, no longer defiling the sanctity of the presidential abode, where righteousness and equity once had no place. For as it hast been said, when you witness the abomination of desecration, standing in the presidential palace again, where it ought not, as spoken of old, let those who kill with the sword be killed by the very weapon they wield. For if Adonai delays, yet he doth not delay, shall there arise one, as in the stead of a restorer of all things, before the coming of that great and notable day of Yahuwah. For behold, swiftly approached an ensign lifted to all nations, anointed by El with divine commissioning, he who took the oath on the 35th year, in the 8th day of the year, thus becoming youngest to ascend unto the once highly revered office of all lands. And he spake, saying, thus proclaiming, I am an ensign sent unto you, that Yahuwah lies not. I am your 49th, and yea 50th, chief and commander, selected yea, even yet a consecutive time, by the true people, and for the true people, for such a time as this. Yea, we did it again, and yea, shall we shortly restore America to a renewed greatness, in that she is utterly overtaken, and it therefore resonated with the true elect's plea to reconstruct America in their likeness. Let the feeble declare vigor, and the indigent proclaim wealth. Let every man, woman, boy, and girl born as in the day of small beginnings, even with a surety thus declare, I am somebody. Let the toil of our hands fashion a nation, befitting of us, the people. For after more than 400 years of harsh labor, now shall we reap the promised blessings. Let America overflow unto us with abundance, and let the stranger pass through her no longer. For Yahuwah has spoken it, and Isaiah Thomas is thus the fulfillment thereof. Now, as in a quest for equity, the newly elected president challenged the injustices that plagued the nation. Do not ask what more you can do for this country, but rather ask why she has not bestowed upon you your just wages. Why has the sojourner in the land thrived at the expense of a particular few? Do we not also have a claim to restitution? Is this mighty world power not a splendid acquisition, constructed upon the blood, sweat, and tears of the Negro? The resounding reply, reverberating through the corridors of authority, are reparations, even if it meant the very dissolution of the country herself. Yahuwah's ensign thus declared and proclaimed, in this day and from henceforth, let it be made known unto you as the United State of a Miracle, the Book of Repentance. Moreover, as thus came there forth prayers of deliverance, which Isaiah the decreed captive didst fervently make unto Yahusha Rophekah, it was concerneth the affliction, as was seen of him therein, the valley of trouble. Yea, whilst in torments and vexation, even as by divers torments and vexation that which tried to utterly overtake him, by the division of both soul and ruach, as from the will of man, who, by the help of Yahusha, is conqueror over all, resisting by his blood, striving against all sin. O Abba Yah, as the abominations of my doings are ever present before me, and like a dog returned to his vomit, so too hath I become in folly, like a home-born slave. For by the chains of an enemy am I as perpetually bound. For when it is said, as within oneself, I shall not again stain mine raiment, nor spot mine garments, as a filthy rag with ritualistic impurities, I of the flesh didst eat. Yea, till full and satiated, for with all manner of that which is detestable, yea, didst I wholly desire. Then filled I mine soul, and with much gluttony and slumber times passed over me, and found I no reprieve nor respite, neither solace for mine soul. As for my torments, they grew, and vexation vanished not. Then sought I for help, but there was none for to mend. So I called upon the name of the Elohim of my fathers, Yahusha, the Eluah of Yasharel. After all help failed, I then sought for an answer, as by voice, but heard in the stead thereof many mixed messages. So I almost gave up, yea, even all hope. And after times had passed, I asked, in your holy name, who else can help besides thee, O Elohim? What problem is too hard for you to mend? When will you therefore deliver me from this place of no return? Where art thou, O Adoni? Yet, first and above all, I asked, how may I be forgiven when my sins art ever the more increased? Wilt thou forgive me? Please forgive me, and help me to end this cycle of death. Moreover, you didst forbear, and even wrought for your holy name, that I should not be utterly blotted out, that you would be glorified and sanctified in me. Thus, in the latter days hath I considered the matter. Therefore, Abba Yahuwah, hasten, yea, defer not, I do pray. Abba Yahuwah, look down from your highly exalted mountain, and consider such a one, as by diligent search every request petitioned on account of this prayer. For my prayer is to utterly detach from these chains enabling the cyclical condition of sin, which neither I nor my forefathers were created for to be partakers thereof, though from time to time I wouldst rise early to seek thee, for to worship in high praise, as one playing prototype pipes, melodious songs of Zion, in Ruach and in truth do I long, to serve you with all that there is within me, I do pray to apprehend. None the less, that which is certain remains forever clear. I shall one day conquer this body of both sin and of death. although not many days left, just as trials of tribulation likewise soon too art bereft. The book of dreams and visions. So it also happened, as I sojourned from out of mine high abode thereunto the garden, amidst troublous upheavals, by reason of the indignation, namely, during the turn of decreed servitude, at the revolution of the set-apart week, I, being greatly stirred up, in part by reason of such, grew ever more faint, and in those selfsame days, behold, I was again in great vexation of mind, body, and of ruach, yea, even on account of recurrence, that is, the cyclical additions of weeks, this being the beginning of the very culmination thereof. And it was so, that in those days it rained exceedingly without reprieve, even for 3 days and 3 nights of consecutive sorts, and not even I could avail, by fervent supplication, to succeed, that the heavens would shut up the superfluity thereof. So walked I in weariness, to the end that I might find respite, or a way back home. Now this befell after I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, caused by way of unannounced and unwavering inquiry, a recompense of repertory restitution thither from the authorities of the powers that be, after which I, as in the ruach of civil unrest, caused the very exceeding fearful sight to be seen, thus sent away as one expelled from the garden upon infraction as against sovereign law. Wherefore walked I, seeking for a way back thither to mine high abode, as one in desperation seeketh without price from a well of pure water to drink. And lo, from the slightly distant and foggy view, as of my vision, unbeknownst to me at that time, stood there an angel, austere and vestured in black, as one prepared for battle. And I drew near unto the man, tall in stature, for to ask on account of the way back home, which direction was the bus stop, I thinking the man was turned in the opposite direction of me, yea, as one facing a wall with his back turned towards me. Yea, didst I lightly touch him. This, just that I may gain his attention, for to inquire the way out of the midst of the garden. And lo, the angel of Yahweh did pull down the hood of his head, without turning to the left, neither to the right, for to unveil the countenance thereof, facing me, as Elohim condescending unto man, interfacing with his Adam on account of great mercy. And upon mine inquiry, where is the closest bus stop? As thus, said the angel, ask again, but this time with respect. So I did as commanded, and asked a second time, yet respectfully, where is the closest bus stop? The man then pointed toward an incoming vehicle which sped down the lane, and the bus stopped in front of us. Then lo, in like manner, another angel waved at me, standing halfway outside the entry thereof, with a $5 bill in hand, urging me to get on, this that I may find my way from the garden, back home, thither to the empire of mine high abode. Thus far is the vision of Isaiah, the decreed captive. And furthermore, when the day of Pentecost hadst come, in those days, yea, as upon the sun's highest peak, expressly touching the sun's exaltation, I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, on account of overarching visions, was most weary, yea, even unto the very point of death. Thus slept I a very long sleep, and it came to pass, as by visions of the day, as when one sleepeth asleep, but not unto death, saw I in the open firmament of the heavens, as one seeth in closer focus, the name as an inscription written, I am, which by interpretation is Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh. And moreover, as touching diverse tongues, expressly, as in the Greek and Latin tongue, saw I, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh, that is, ego sum qui sum. Thus concludes the vision, as in those days of the very enactment, that is, the very enactment of eschatological experiences. And again it came to pass at another season, yea, as when trouble began, which spoken as of aforetime by the prophets. This, another great and perplexing wonder. For out of the north came a vehement east wind, which stirred up by strife against Idumea, the man whose name is, and who is also called Esav Edom, whiles yet as without notice. And it came to pass, as I walked the heights of the cleft of the rock counties, that is to be called the west of Chester, likened unto a territory beyond the heights of mine high abode, weary and faint, sought I respite and reprieve from all mine labor. And I, vocalizing this, the very frustrations thereof on account of Esav's blessing, was waiting for the morning train as at evening, and beheld one, a beneficiary of the stolen blessing. Now the man, seeing the very frustrations thereof, proceeded to match in the indignation. So it came to pass, I called upon the name of Elohim, the El of my fathers, the Eluah of Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Thus, behold, out of the north there came a mighty, vehement wind, stirred up with great strife against Idumea, even against the man whose name is Esav, who also is Edom, and it shall proceed against him unawares, and he shall in no wise escape. For in the very latter days, as toucheth fervent expectancy of a speedy delivery, escape from out of the great whore, I, Isaiah of decreed captivity, dreamt another dream. And it was during the 28th year of life, that being the selfsame week, saw I by late night, as one watches and waits while making preparations, a packed suitcase, as one packing up, getting ready to go. Thus is the vision of Isaiah, and the conclusion thereof. And if, as by the Kodesh Kepharim, one could account for all enactments, as touching both vision and prophecy in those days, I do suppose time wouldest not permit. Isaiah's day of the divine visitation. And it came to pass, while alone in solitude, even as in the confinement of mine high abode, yea, came there a sudden and unexpected knock upon the door of my dwelling. And lo, hastened I for to answer, and behold, afore me stood a man, clothed in garments pure and white from the top of his head unto the very soles of his feet. For his head was crowned with hair white like wool, yea, as white as snow, and his eyes blazed with great sorrow, piercing even as unto the depths of my soul. And I had compassion upon him. And as I looked upon his feet, there flowed, as a stream of bright crimson, as a river of the issue of life, that which he didst bear. And his voice, oh, how it spake as calm waters, yet filled with a weight of manifold sorrows untold. For the man was one well acquainted with grief, a bearer of burdens beyond my comprehension. Moreover, at that time perceived I also, as in a still small voice, "Open thy heart," and I obeyed. For as my Father's heart turned toward me, so did his only begotten in that day turn toward him. And in that day I considered the voice of the Almighty on account of this reconciliation. Thus saying, fear not, for I alone am the Aleph and Tav, the beginning and the end. I am he that was dead, and behold, am I alive for evermore. Amen. And I do indeed hold the keys of Sheol and of death. This visitation was a token, a covenant betwixt us, and as surely as this encounter between thee and thy earthly father transpired, so shalt thou make supplications on behalf of my people Yashar'el. Thou shalt turn many hearts unto repentance, for I, Yahuwah Elohim, am merciful and greatly long-suffering toward them. O Adonai Yahuwah, rich in mercy, to the only wise Master against whom we have sinned, and to his dear Son, the Lamb our Redeemer, who covereth all our iniquities. Hear our prayer as we do pray. Let all Yashar'el say, Amen. For thou hast spoken, yet we obeyed not thy voice. So we heard not sound doctrine, and therefore we stumbled at the word. We are for this cause broken in pieces, left waste in a land not sown, scattered abroad to the four quarters of the earth in lands not our own. O Adonai, rich in mercy, entreat us now this day, we do pray, with good and not evil, for the 490 predetermined years are up. Therefore, according to thy word, save us from this upheaval, and repay our enemies with thy wrath. For the day of Yahuwah is near upon all the heathen. Therefore visit them with recompense of worst. Now, our Elohim, O how excellent is thy name! For our sins art we horribly ashamed. Yea, though we do bear thy holy name, as a game have we played it. Lo, for such cause profaned have they made it. With a new heart, and with a new ruach in us art thou made renewed in the presence of all the earth. For only in Yashar'el shalt thou be sanctified in that day, when all the nations do say, Let us arise against them in battle. Yea, and let us take that which they have regained. Yet first let the earth rejoice, for soon ends her pain. When Mashiach cometh down with glorious white garments stained in their ripe blood, ready he too stained. For vengeance is mine, this day I, Yahuwah, do repay, for alone, and none with me. Let all Yashar'el this day do pray, a speedy deliverance with haste, I do say, none shall escape. For like a gleaning grape in the cluster, with mine sharp sickle shall I, Yahuwah, do reap, that which is mine forever to keep, that which is for the fire of hell in the oven to burn. Therefore, of a parable wilt thou learn, what goeth up must soon come down. Yea, that which is left must likewise remain, forever the same. My reward is with me to give every man. According to his work so shall it be. For I am the first and the last. So what will it be? I would rather thou wert hot or cold, and not lukewarm. Time is almost up. Again I do warn. For as the earth shall soon wither, Behold, a new one is born. Isaiah's vision of the third and fourth beasts. In the inaugural administration thereof, Barak's successor, who was made to bear executive rule again over the entire realm of America, I, even I, Isaiah therein, that land of great bloodshed, was confirmed and strengthened, that by the counsel of the Most High Elohim's judgments I shouldest be privy of what as of aforetime would not return void. And now will I show thee the truth. Behold, there shall yet arise powers in the east, ordered and numbered by decree, and the fourth shall exceed in substance and reach, and by the might of his abundance he shall stir up all against the Ruach of the Americans. And there shall stand up a mighty dominion, doing according to its own will, neither restrained by covenant, nor softened by mercy. And when it shall stand up, it shall be broken, and parted toward the four winds of heaven, not unto its posterity, nor according to the former dominion wherewith it ruled. For it shall be plucked up, and given unto others beside those. And the last trump shall be strong, even the sound that awakeneth the dead. And the sixth man forerunning, one of his princes, who goeth forth conquering and to conquer, shall rise above him, and exercise dominion. And his dominion shall be exceeding great. And in the end of years there shall be a joining together in semblance only. For an agreement shall be sought betwixt the last trump and the bear which devoureth. But the arm of the covenant shall not endure, neither shall the bond stand. For it shall be given up, both the joining and they that framed it, and the power that upheld it in those times. But out of a branch of her roots shall one arise in his estate, which shall come with an host, and shall enter into the strongholds of the bear which devoureth, and shall deal against them, and prevail for a season. And he shall also carry away captive their images, and their powers, with their princes, and with their vessels of silver and of gold. And he shall carry them into America, and he shall continue more years than the bear which devoureth. So the last trump shall come into his own sounding, and shall return unto his place. But his sons shall be stirred up, and shall assemble a multitude of great forces, and one shall surely come, and overflow, and pass through. Then shall he return, even to the place of his strength, and the last trump shall be moved with holy indignation, and shall go forth and contend with the bear which devoureth. And the bear shall set forth a great multitude, but the multitude shall be given into his hand. And when the multitude is taken away, the heart shall be lifted up, and many 10,000s shall fall. Yet the victory shall not be established thereby. For the bear which devoureth shall return, and shall raise a multitude greater than the former, and shall come on after certain years with great force and much substance. And in those times many shall stand up against the last trump. Also the violent among thy people shall exalt themselves to establish the vision, but they shall fall. So the bear which devoureth shall come, and cast up a mount, and take the fenced cities, and the arms of the last trump shall not withstand, neither the chosen. neither shall there be strength to resist. But he that cometh against him shall do according to his own will, and none shall stand before him. And he shall stand in the glorious land, and it shall be consumed by his hand. He shall also set his face to enter with the strength of his whole realm, and upright ones with him. Thus shall he do. And he shall give the daughter of women to corrupt her, but she shall not stand on his side, neither be for him. After this shall he turn his face unto the isles, and shall take many. But a prince for his own behalf shall cause the reproach to cease. Without his own reproach he shall cause it to return upon him. Then shall he turn his face toward the fort of his own land, but he shall stumble and fall, and not be found. Then shall stand up in his estate one that causeth tribute to pass through the glory of the kingdom. But within few days he shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle, but of old age. And in his estate shall arise the abomination on the left political wing, thereof the eagle which he slew, even he who causeth desolation, a vile person, to whom the honor of rule was not given. But he shall come in peaceably, and obtain power by smooth sayings. And with the arms of a flood shall many be overflown from before him, and shall be broken, yea, also the prince of the covenant. And after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully, for he shall come up and become strong with a small people. He shall enter peaceably upon the fattest places of the province, and he shall do that which his fathers have not done. He shall scatter the spoil and the prey. Yea, he shall devise his devices against the strongholds, even though for a time. And he shall stir up his power against the last trump with a great host, and the last trump shall be stirred up to battle with a mighty sounding. But he shall not stand, for devices shall be devised against him. Yea, they that feed of his portion shall betray him, and his force shall overflow, and many shall fall down slain. And both these purposes shall be bent unto mischief, and lies shall they speak at one table, but it shall not prosper, for the end is yet at the time appointed. Then shall he return unto his place with great substance, and his heart shall be against the holy covenant, and he shall do exploits and return. At the time appointed he shall return, and come toward the sounding. But it shall not be as the former, nor as the latter, for powers from afar shall come against him. Therefore shall he be grieved, and return, and have indignation against the holy covenant. So shall he do. And he shall have intelligence with them that forsake it. And arms shall stand on his part, and they shall pollute the sanctuary of strength, and shall take away the continual testimony. And they shall set the image of jealousy, which provoketh to jealousy, even the abomination that maketh desolate, as was determined of old. And such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries. But the people of the covenant, even the true Yashar'el, who were scattered into slavery, shall be strong, and do exploits, and they that understand among the true Yashar'el, scattered into slavery, shall instruct many. Yet they shall fall by sword, and by flame, by captivity, and by spoil, many days. Now, when they shall fall, they shall be holpen with a little help. But many shall cleave to them with flatteries, and some of understanding among the true Yasharel, scattered into slavery, shall fall, to try them, and to purge, and to make them white, even to the time of the end. Because it is yet for a time appointed, and he who causeth desolation shall do according to his will, and he shall exalt himself, and magnify himself above every Elohim, and shall speak marvelous things against the Eluah of Elohims, and shall prosper till the indignation be accomplished. For that which is determined shall surely be done. Neither shall he regard the Eluah of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any Elohim, for he shall magnify himself above all, but in his stead shall he honor the Elohim of forces, and a power unknown to his fathers shall he honor with gold, and silver, and precious stones. Thus shall he do in the strongest holds with a strange power, whom he shall acknowledge and increase with glory. And he shall cause them to rule over many, and divide the land for gain. And at the time of the end shall the last trump push at him, and the bear which devoureth shall come against him like a whirlwind, with chariots and horsemen, and many ships, and he shall enter into the lands, and overflow, and pass over. He shall enter also into the glorious land, and many shall be overthrown. But these shall escape, even Edom, and Moab, and the chief of the children of Ammon. He shall stretch forth his hand upon the countries, and the land of America shall not escape. But he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver, and over all the precious things of America. And they that follow at his steps shall serve him. But tidings out of the east and out of the north shall trouble him. Therefore shall he go forth with great fury to destroy, and utterly to make away many. And he shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas in the glorious holy mount. Yet shall the abomination, even the image of jealousy, come to his end, and none shall help him. Isaiah's vision of America, and that great city, the vision of Isaiah, who was numbered among the surviving remnant of the captivity of his people. He wrote concerneth that great city in the land of America, during the very latter days of the final turning of the age thereof, 1 year afore tribulation. And he took up his parable, saying, Behold, El-Yahusha shall go forth from his high holy habitation, for to tread upon the highly exalted places of the league. The players of the league shall wail, and all onlookers shall exceedingly tremble. The word which Isaiah saw concerning the siege. America is taken. Her graven vanities are confounded. Lady Liberty is broken in pieces. Her inglorious pride and excellency is brought low, shattered and made naught, saith Yahusha. For out of the north there cometh up the Russian army, and a mighty people against her, which shall make her land an utter desolation. None shall dwell therein. I will utterly consume all things from off the land, saith Adoni Yahusha. For in these days, at the appointed time, saith El-Yahusha, My people, whom ye plundered and scattered into captivity and slavery, they shall depart. Not one who I, the sovereign Yah, reserve, will be left to suffer the calamity which is about to take place. For I will grant them the Ruach Chen Veth Tachanunim, and they shall look upon me, whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for me, as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for all they have done against me, as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. But first they shall ask the way to Zion. They with their desire yearned towards it. My people shall say, Come, and let us join ourselves unto Yahuwah in an everlasting covenant that shall not be forsaken. My people are as lost sheep. Their pastors have made them to go in error. They have forsaken them in and out of their places of worship. They have gone from assembly to assembly, and have forgotten their resting place of refuge. All that sought for their lives hath devoured them, and their adversaries said, Blessed be the sovereign Elohim of all creation. We offend not, because they hath forsaken the eternal covenant which their Eluah made with their forefathers, the dwelling of justice, even El-Yahusha, the heritage of his people. Therefore remove out of the midst of America the land of the Kasdiim's excellency. Yea, go forth out of her borders. Be not as the weeds among the tares, as in the day of the great separation. For lo, I will raise up against her reapers, who shall set themselves against her in the day of my visitation. As in the day of mine wrath, when she shall be taken by the weapons of my warfare, which I, the sovereign Yah, do wage against her, and the land shall become a stolen possession. For just as he hath done, all that do plunder her shalt be satiated, saith El-Yahusha. I, the sovereign Elohim, do bring this to pass, namely, because ye did rejoice. Ye hath said, Aha, our land, this is ours, and not Adonai's, for his people are a possession also unto us. O ye destroyers of mine heritage, because ye are corrupted, by way of your haughtiness against the children of Yashareel, whom ye enslaved. Thou art spoiled. Your mother, Great Britain, who conceived you, shalt be sore confounded at the plague which I do bring upon thee. Yea, she that bare you shall be ashamed of you, for thou art become the least of nations, as a wilderness, wherein is no water, but of rivers of blood. For I do bring it to pass in mine zeal, and in the wrath of my fierce anger. And it shall come to pass, no one will inhabit thee from everlasting to everlasting, but America shall be wholly overtook and forsaken. The whole world shall also lament for you, and bemoan their fate, because of all her plagues, and because there is none else to protect them in the day of their visitation. Yea, set yourselves in array against her round about. Will ye that bend the bow shoot at her from every angle? Do not spare no munition, for America hath sinned against me. Shout against her round about. She hath given her hand, her foundations are fallen, her walls and the borders thereof are cast down. For it is the vengeance of Yahusha, thus take vengeance upon her. Yea, as she hath done, do unto her. Cut off the investor from her, and him that reaps at the time of harvest. For fear of the oppressing sword, every migrant and all foreigners shall turn to his own kindred and nation of origin. Yea, they shall flee every one to his own land. My people are scattered sheep. Yea, ye meek of the earth, which have worked my promises through prayer in faith, and hath sought righteousness, seek ye also judgment and justice. For thus saith El-Yahusha Tsevaoth, the Almighty One, Behold, I will visit upon the dukes of Esau Edom, that rule this land, and upon their dominion lay hand, even as I have visited upon the king of Babel in the captivity of old, and I will rescue Yashareel and Yehudah again to his habitation, and he shall feed upon Carmel and Bashan. They shall dispossess Gaza and the people of Palestine to reclaim the inheritance of their allotment, the land I promised to they and their forefathers, and their soul shall be satisfied upon the mountains of Ephraim and Gilad. Yea, they shall rejoice upon the fatness of the soil, east of the sea, coast of Galilee. In those days, and in that time, saith Yahusha, the iniquity of Yashareel shall be pardoned. Even the sins of Yehudah with great clemency shall be forgotten. For their iniquities shall not be found. I hath pardoned them who I do justify. Go up against the District of Columbia, the capital seat of her rule, yea, even against it, and against all the great cities of her excellency. Waste and utterly destroy them, saith Yahusha, and do according to all that I have commanded thee. A sound of pain and mourning is heard throughout the land, and of great calamity after calamity. Yea, this is how the hammer of the whole earth is to be cut asunder and broken in pieces. Behold, how she is become a desolation among the nations. I have laid a snare for her. Yea, thou art also taken by it, and thou foreknew not, thou who art high-minded, and found wanting. Because thou hast contended against me, I have forsaken thee. I hath opened my treasury in the heavens against you, and hath brought forth the weapons of mine wrath. And you will know this is the work of the sovereign Elohim Tsevaoth in the day I visit you. Come against her from the uttermost ends of the earth. Open her storehouses, cast her up, and the treasury of her riches among yourselves for the taking. Yea, and destroy her utterly. Let nothing of hers remain. Slay all her beloved animals, and the beasts of her fields let them live not. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe unto them! For their day too is come, even the time of their visitation. The voice of them that fled and escaped is heard from Mount Zion. They all do sing, the vengeance of Yahusha, our mighty one, is come, even the vengeance of his dwelling and footstool. Call together the expert men of war against her. All ye that bend the bow, lay siege works against her, encompassed round about. Yea, let none escape. Repay America according to her work. In accordance with all that she hath done to others, do unto her double. For she hath been proud against me, against the Holy One of Yashareel. Therefore shall her young soldiers fall dead in the streets, and all her mighty men of their confederacy shall be cut off in the day of slaughter, saith Yahusha. Yea, behold, I am against thee, America, O thou most proud, saith the sovereign Yahusha Tsevaoth. For thy days of glory are over, and the times that I will visit thee have begun. And thou, O most proud, shalt stumble and fall, with none to resurrect thee. And I will kindle a fire in your cities, which shall devour all round about you. Thus saith Yahusha Tsevaoth, the oppressed of my people, who were held fast by thee in captivity, were violently oppressed with none to save. Yet their Redeemer is strong. El-Yahusha Tsevaoth is my name. Even I, shall for sure thoroughly plead their cause, that I may give rest to the weary, and bring disquietment unto the inhabitants thereof. A sword toucheth the whole land, and upon the inhabitants thereof, and upon her government, and upon her policy-makers. Yea, even a sword is upon the talebearers, and the false prophets shall be amazed at what I shall do in your day of visitation. For a sword is upon her strength, and all her allies shall be fled far away from her, even as the east is from the west. A sword is upon their munition, and upon her vehicles, and upon all her mixed multitudes in a pot of seething waters. Her mingled people in the midst thereof shall become as women. For a sword is upon the department of her treasury, and they shall be robbed. A severe drought is upon her waters, and they are dried up. For it is a land of graven idols, and they are mad upon the images thereof. Therefore the beasts of the desert shall dwell there, and the owls shall abide therein. And it shall be no more inhabited forever, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. As I, Yah El-Elyon, overthrew Sodom and Amorah and the neighboring cities thereof, saith Adoni, so shall no man abide there, neither shall any son of man dwell therein. For America shall no more be remembered. As a forgotten tale, so shall she be. Behold, a sanctified people shall come from the north, and an array great nations in league with them. Yea, many rulers shall be stirred up from all the ends of the earth. They shall blast thee out of remembrance. They are cruel, and show no compassion. And they shall ride upon the weapons of my indignation against thee, every one set in order, and stumbling not, neither staggering with the bitter cup which you have drunken of mine fierce anger, saith Yahusha. Thus the presidents of successive administrations hath heard the report of them. Your leader, whom you have chose, his hands wax feeble as anguish taken hold of a woman in travail. For behold, your chosen one shall soon be struck with an arrow by my doing, and I shall, as you hath forsook me, laugh in the day of thy visitation, saith Yahusha. Therefore hear ye the counsel of El-Yahusha. That which I afore the foundations of the earth hath taken against this people, and my purposes shall be executed swiftly. Surely the least shall be first, and surely the first last and desolate amongst nations. For at the noise of America's fall, the whole earth is moved, and the cries thereof art heard amongst all nations. America and that great city's destruction foreseen. For thus saith El-Yahusha, Behold, I hath raised up against America, and against them that dwell in the midst thereof, that rise up against me, a destroying breath of the north wind. and I will send unto her scatterers, that shall winnow her as chaff, and shall make empty her fields. For in the day of distress they shall compass her round about, that shall scatter her into corners. Against him that bendeth, let the mighty expert man of war bend his bow, and against him that lifteth himself in coat of iron. Spare ye not America's young men, devote ye all her peoples unto utter ruin. Thus the pierced shall fall in the inglorious land, and they that are thrust through in her broad ways. For Yashar'el hath not been cast off, nor Yehudah forsaken of his mighty one, even of Eliyahuah of the heavenly hosts, though their land was filled with trespass against the set-apart one of Yashar'el. Flee out of the midst of the land, and deliver every man his living breath. Be not cut off in her crookedness, for this is the season of the vengeance of Eliyahuah. He shall repay unto her a full recompense. The land hath been as a golden chalice in the hand of Eliyahuah, causing all the earth to drink unto staggering. The nations have drunk of her wine. Therefore the nations are as men deranged. She is fallen suddenly, and shattered as a worthless image. Therefore wail for her, take resin for her wound, if so be she might be revived. We would have sent revival in the land thereof, yet she is not healed. Thus forsake her, and let each man return unto his own soil, for her judgment reacheth unto the highest heights above, and is lifted even beyond the utmost firmaments. El-Yahusha hath brought forth our vindication. Come, and let us declare in Sion the work of El-Yahuah, our mighty one. Make bright the shafts of war. Gather the shields of brass. El-Yahusha hath stirred also the ruach of the Chinese grasshoppers. For his purpose is against America the proud, to lay it waste. For her arm is cut off in the vengeance of El-Yahusha, even the vengeance of his high holy habitation. Lift ye up an ensign upon her walls. Strengthen the watch. Appoint the watchers. Prepare the hidden snares. For El-Yahusha hath both purposed and performed that which he spake against the dwellers therein. O thou that sittest upon multitudes of waters, abundant in treasure, thine end is come, and the full measure of thy unjust gain. El-Yahusha Tsevaoth hath sworn by himself, saying, Surely I will fill thee with men as with swarming locusts, and they shall cry aloud against thee. He hath formed the earth by his might. He hath established the world by his wisdom, and hath stretched forth the heavens by his understanding. When he uttereth his voice, there is a tumult of waters in the heights. He causeth the vapors to rise from the ends of the earth. He maketh the lightning with the rain, and bringeth forth the wind from his hidden store. Every man is brutish in his knowing. Every maker is shamed by his carved image, for his molten form is falsehood, and there is no breath within it. They are emptiness, the work of wandering error. In the time of their visitation they shall perish. The portion of Yaakov is not like these, for he is the former of all things, and Yashar'el is the rod of his inheritance. El-Yahuah of hosts is his name. Thou art my war club and weapons of battle, for with thee will I shatter nations, and with thee will I bring kingdoms to ruin. With thee will I shatter the horse and his rider. With thee will I shatter the chariot, and him that rideth therein. With thee also will I shatter man and woman. With thee will I shatter the aged and the youth. With thee will I shatter the young man and the maiden. With thee will I shatter the shepherd and his flock. With thee will I shatter the tiller and his yoke beasts. With thee will I shatter captains and rulers. And I will repay unto the land, and unto all her inhabitants, all their evil that they have done in Sion before your eyes, saith El-Yahuwah. Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith El-Yahuwah, which destroyest all the earth. And I will stretch forth mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the crags, and will make thee a mountain of burning. And none shall take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for a foundation. But thou shalt be desolate unto the ages, saith El-Yahuwah. Set ye up a banner in the land. Sound the ram's horn among the nations. Prepare the nations against her. Call together kingdoms. Appoint overseers. Cause the horsemen to arise like the crawling swarm. Prepare against her the nations with the kings of the sunrise, their captains and their rulers, and all the lands under their dominion. And the land shall quake and be in anguish, for every purpose of El-Yahuwah shall stand, to make the land a waste without inhabitant. The mighty men have ceased from battle, they abide in their strongholds. Their strength hath failed, they are become as women. Her dwellings are burned with fire, her bars are broken. One runner hasteth to meet another, and one messenger to meet another, to declare unto the king that his city is taken from the far edge, and that the crossings are seized, and the marsh reeds are burned with fire, and the men of war are seized with dread. For thus saith El-Yahuwah of hosts, the mighty one of Yashareel. The daughter of Babel is like a threshing floor. It is time to tread her down. Yet a little while, and the season of her harvest shall come. She hath devoured Yashareel. She hath crushed him. She hath made him an empty vessel. She hath swallowed him as a great sea beast. She hath filled her belly with his pleasant things. She hath cast him out. The violence done unto me and unto my flesh be upon her, shall the inhabitant of Zion say, and my blood be upon her dwellers, shall Yerushalayim say. Therefore thus saith El-Yahuwah, Behold, I will plead thy cause, and avenge thee, and I will dry up her great waters, and make her springs as dust. And the land shall become heaps, a dwelling for serpents, an astonishment, and a hissing, without inhabitant. They shall roar together like lions, they shall cry aloud as lions' whelps. In their heat will I set their feasts, and I will make them drunken, that they may rejoice, and sleep an everlasting sleep, and not awake, saith El-Yahuwah. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with he-goats. How is the city taken? And how is the praise of all the earth seized? How is the land become an astonishment among the nations? The great waters are come up upon her. She is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. Her cities are a waste, a dry land, and a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwelleth, neither passeth any son of man thereby. And I will punish her carved vanities, and I will cause that which she hath swallowed to come forth from her mouth, and the nations shall no more flow unto her. Yea, her walls shall fall. My people, go ye out from the midst of her, and deliver every man his living breath from the fierce burning anger of El-Yahweh, both in flesh and in ruach. And let not your heart melt, neither fear ye for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall come in 1 year, and after that in another year a rumor, and violence in the land, ruler rising against ruler. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will execute judgment even upon her artificial images, and all her land shall be put to shame, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heavens and the earth, and all that is therein, shall cry out over her. For the spoilers shall come unto her from the north, saith El-Yahweh. As she hath caused the slain of Yashareel to fall, so at her shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, depart, stand not still. Remember El-Yahweh from afar, and let Yerushalayim arise upon your heart. The Lord's vengeance for transatlantic slavery and captivity. Therefore, O nations, take heed, and consider with discernment, as one taught in wisdom of old. Receive not the mark of bondage. Moreover, behold this wondrous working of El-Yahweh. I will send forth gatherers as fishers, and they shall draw them in. And afterward I will send forth seekers as hunters, and they shall pursue them from every height, and from every hill, and out of the clefts of the rocks. For mine eyes are upon all their ways, they are not hidden from before my face, neither is their crookedness concealed from mine sight. And first will I repay their iniquity, and their sin double, because they have defiled my land, and have filled mine inheritance with the carcasses of their detestable abominations. O Adonai, my strength, and my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction, the nations shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, Surely our fathers have inherited falsehood, emptiness, and things wherein there is no profit. The Book of the Lord's Rest. Now thus is the book of reprieve. For El-Yahusha said it is the rest wherewith he shall cause the weary to cease from striving, and the burdened to find stillness. Thus were the days measured and fulfilled, and the count thereof was given unto them that rejoice in gladness. For as one rejoiceth in the mighty one of his salvation, even so doth he trust in him who giveth and who taketh away, who prepareth a refuge from the devourer. Even after the dividing of time and times and half a time shall rest be revealed unto the faithful. God is sanctified in his true name by all living. Moreover, this is the sovereign word, as in the volume of the book, wherewith El-Yahusha spake unto me, saying, Son of dust, partake that which I will give thee. Eat this scroll of remembrance, and go, speak unto the nations afar off. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to consume the roll. and it was within me as fire shut up in my bones, and as honey mingled with bitterness. And I spake, saying, Behold, Eliahusha was as an adversary unto the proud. He hath swallowed up her palaces, he hath cast down her strongholds, and hath multiplied mourning and lamentation among the seed of Yehuda. Yet thus saith Eliyahuah, the sovereign king of Yasharel, I, even I, will render unto that land, and unto all the inhabitants thereof, the pride of the Kasdim, all their evil which they have wrought against Sion, and against all my set-apart people, before the eyes of all nations. And they shall know that I am the mighty one, when I am sanctified in my set-apart name. For I, the sovereign one, have both spoken and accomplished it. Yah's ensign is exalted afore all Gentiles. Now concerning his rising, again, it came to pass that he was taken up unto Eliyahuah. After that the breath of the Most High had given commandment unto his chosen ones, whom Yah had set apart beforehand, unto whom were given the immersion of the set-apart breath, that they might walk in newness of life, and by trust in the everlasting, glad tidings was it proclaimed boldly, with great certainty, concerning the nearness of the kingdom of Eliyahuah, saying, Many there be, which say of my soul, There is no help for him in the Most High. But thou, O Yah, art a shield about me, my glory, and the lifter up of mine head. I cried unto Eliahusha with my voice, and he heard me out of his set-apart hill. For it is written, I also will choose their delusions, and will bring upon them the thing which they feared. Because when I called, none answered. When I spake, they did not hearken. But they wrought evil before mine eyes, and chose that wherein I delighted not. Hear the word of Eliyahuah, ye that tremble at his utterance, your brethren that hated you, and cast you out for my name's sake, said, Let Yahuwah be glorified. Yet he shall appear to your joy, and they shall be put to shame, a voice of tumult from the city, a voice from the sanctuary, even the voice of Eliyahuah rendering recompense unto his enemies, because before she travailed, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered of a man-child. Isaiah's resurrection. And it came to pass that I beheld the word of Eliyahuah fulfilled, even that which was written from the beginning, that a branch should arise from the royal stem of Yehuda, from the root of David, and he shall stand as an ensign unto the nations. Unto him shall the peoples seek, and his resting place shall be glory. And I said, Behold, I come in the volume of the scroll, wherein it is written of me, to declare thy way unto thy people, O Eliahusha. For after the appointed measure, even the dividing of days, shall I be lifted up, that all the sons of Adam may be drawn unto thy light. The beginning of the ensign's 3.5-year ministry. For thus it is written in the ancient sayings, Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall behold the face of the Most High. Blessed are the makers of peace, for they shall be called the children of the Eternal. Blessed are they which are pursued for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye, when men shall revile you, and persecute you, and speak all manner of falsehood against you for my name's sake. Rejoice, and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven up above. For so persecuted they the seers and the prophets that were before you. Ye are the salt of the earth, but if the salt lose its savour, wherewith shall it be restored? It is thenceforth fit only to be cast out and trodden under foot. Ye are the light of the world. A city set upon a high hill cannot be hidden. Neither do men kindle a lamp, and place it beneath a covering, but upon a stand, and it giveth light unto all that are within. Let your light so shine before the sons of men, that they may behold your good works, and glorify your Father in heaven. Think not that I am come to destroy the teaching or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to bring to fullness. For assuredly I say unto you, till heaven and the earth pass away, not the least mark nor smallest stroke shall pass from the teaching, until all be fulfilled, the dividing light. Therefore observe ye the word which I speak and do, for this is the word of life, which was spoken from ancient days, saying, The Mighty One sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be delivered. He that trusteth in him is not condemned, but he that trusteth not is condemned already, because he hath not trusted in the name of the only begotten of the Eternal. And this is the judgment, that light is come into the world, and men loved darkness rather than light, because their deeds were evil. Isaiah's new song of deliverance, O El Yahusha. Thou wast angry with me, but thine anger is turned away, and thou comfortest me. Behold, the Mighty One is become my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid, for Adonai El Yahusha is my strength and my song. He also is become my victory. Therefore with joy shall he draw water from the wells of deliverance. And in that day shall ye say, Give thanks unto El Yahusha, call upon his name, declare his doings among the nations, make mention that his name is exalted. Sing unto the Mighty One, for he hath done excellent things. This is known in all the earth. Cry out and shout, thou inhabitant of Jerusalem, for great is the set apart one of Yashar'el in the midst of thee. Then I beheld, and lo, as a man gazing into a polished mirror, a dim likeness, yet full of hidden brightness, and I saw thrones cast down, and one set apart, in the likeness and express image of the Son of the Most High. His garments were made white by the refining of blood, even as snow newly fallen, and the hair of his head was as pure wool. Yet his throne was withheld for a season, until the full number of his brethren should be slain. This is the measure of the vision, even unto the point from which its fulfillment beginneth. And concerning the heaviness of the vision that troubled me aforetime, I, Isaiah, beheld it, and my countenance was lifted in awe. I stood upright, yet none perceived it. Neither did they discern me, nor could they comprehend the matter. The book of eschatological remonstration. It hath been spoken of old, saying, Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, For it is the number of a son of Adam, and his number is the fullness of 6, even thrice measured unto completion. Nevertheless, thus is it also written, Bring no more empty offerings. The smoke of incense is loathsome before me. The turning of the moon and the appointed rest days, the calling of solemn gatherings. I cannot endure them. They are crookedness, even the assembly of vanity. Your appointed times and your feasts my being hateth. They are a burden unto me. I am weary to bear them. And when ye stretch forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Yea, when ye multiply prayer, I will not hear. Your hands are filled with blood. Wash you, make you clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease from doing perversity. Learn to do well. Seek righteous judgment. Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless. Contend for the widow. Come now, and let us reason together, saith El Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet dye, they shall become white as new fallen snow. Though they be red as crimson thread, they shall be as wool newly shorn. Isaiah's vision of New York City's destruction, a prophecy foreseen, 1 year afore tribulation. And it came to pass in the latter days, in the dimming of the age, that I, Isaiah the captive, beheld visions in the watches of the night, and my inward breath was troubled within me. For I dwelt in the midst of a great multitude, even in the dominion of my sojourning, whose towers stretched upward as unto the heavens, and whose voice was as the roaring of many waters, yet her foundations were as powder, and her glory as a vanishing mist before the breath of the Most High. And the word of El Yahuwah came unto me, saying, Arise thou, set thine house in order, depart from her, for the day draweth near, and the burden of her people is come to fullness. Then walked I upon the way, and I beheld, and lo, a garden lay in quiet beauty beside the swelling tumult. For even it trembled beneath the shadow of the great city. And beyond it lay the former dominion of my dwelling, as a remembrance laid low, a place of past habitation and fleeting solace. Yet it was not appointed for a refuge in the hour that cometh, and the vision pressed heavily upon me, even as a sealed scroll made known. For that which was hidden in the days of Daniel began to open unto mine understanding. For appointed times were measured, yet not according to the counting of men, and the last portion thereof stirred as a tempest upon the horizon, though none discerned its arising. Then spake I unto my kindred, and unto those that knew my name, saying, Consider the signs, and weigh the seasons, for the appointed time hasteneth greatly. But they regarded me not, and their hearing was dull, for they said within themselves, Peace and continuance. Then was I as one solitary in a strange land, though encompassed by many. And I lifted mine eyes toward the uttermost north, unto the far land of Magog, the wide wilderness where the hand of man is light upon the earth, and my soul perceived it as a place appointed, even as in the days when Yashara'el fled from bondage, and as when the remnant departed from the shadow of Babel. For thus was it shown unto me in likeness, as when a fig tree putteth forth leaves, and by its budding the season is known, so also the days before great travail whisper before they cry aloud. And again, as a watchman who seeth the sword afar off, and soundeth not the horn, so are many in that city, who behold yet do not perceive. But I was constrained, though my voice was as one hidden among reeds. Therefore I prepared in secret, and my steps were ordered by the Most High, as one that walketh through snares unharmed. My path was not declared, neither was my purpose made plain, for wisdom covered it as a garment, and understanding sealed it as with wax. For the hour cometh as a thief in the night, and as travail upon a woman with child, sudden and without escape. Blessed is he that discerneth the whisper before the thunder, and the shadow before the falling of calamity. And I set my face toward the north country, yet my going forth was veiled, and my counsel hidden in parables, that they who have ears might inquire, and they who seek might find, though it be as through a dim glass. For there shall I abide for the remnant of my days, and gather many from among the nations unto El-Yahusha. And there shall I be sought by the rising beast, and after the space of 3 days and a half shall I stand up as a first fruit, clothed in great glory, though unseen by many. And I, who walked in secrecy, shall by the power given unto me gather a great multitude unto safety, and my rest shall be a glorious rest. Yet those afar off shall mourn for me, even as a people mourn for one taken from them, for the burden which I was appointed to bear. Thus is the burden of my vision, and it remained within me as a fire shut up in my bones until the appointed time. Who then shall declare it, save he unto whom understanding is given? Thus far is the account of Isaiah the son of Yehuda, the son of Yaakov, the son of Yishak, the son of Avraham, the son of Yahusha, the son of Elohim. Isaiah's similitude of the Lord's hand. And now shall I take up this similitude, even an express similitude, parables touching Yah's majesty, and his unmatched wisdom and foresight. Therefore hearken and understand, for his wisdom is likened unto the matter. Behold, there was a certain man in the latter days, who sojourned far from his dwelling about the space of a week before troublous times began to arise, and his ruach was vexed within him by reason of the tumults appointed to shortly come upon the face of the whole earth. And he sought rest for his soul, wandering through many places, yet found he neither refuge nor quietness, for fear compassed him about, and his thoughts troubled him continually. And it came to pass, when he had reached the place of his travel, that he drew near unto gates appearing as the entry of a central throne, and he sat upon the steps thereof, saying within himself, Surely this place shall be unto me for greater refuge. And he poured forth the matters of his heart, speaking aloud of the end of all things, and of the burning he feared. And he declared his controversy as one that sojourneth without counsel. Now within those gates was a porter, subtle in knowledge and great in understanding, discerning in many matters. And he heard the voice of the man as he lamented. And the porter looked through the glass of the entry, and opened unto him, saying, Come in, and abide for a season, that thou mayest find greater refuge. So the man entered, and they became acquainted one with another, for they delighted both in melody, and played upon instruments, and rehearsed the sacred writings from their youth. Yet the man perceived not the heart of him who received him, but reasoned within himself, saying, Surely this is a messenger sent unto me for deliverance from the burning and from the dread of the last days. And because of this persuasion he gave place unto him, and suffered him to dwell within his habitation. But I say unto thee, the outward wisdom of a man proveth not his inward ruach, for by flattery and subtlety are the simple oft ensnared. And the host knew not that he entertained not an angel, but a most terrible wolf of the pack, whose gentleness concealed his teeth, and whose courtesy covered his claws. Nevertheless, as days were prolonged, signs appeared little by little, and truth strove within the man, though he resisted it, gainsaying against that which his eyes began to behold. Then in his distress he cried unto El Elyon, seeking strength to withdraw himself from the devourer, and to return unto the arms of safety. And Adonai, who heareth the cry of the contrite, prepared for him a way of escape, according to the promise spoken aforetime. Therefore there was fixed a great gulf betwixt them. And after certain years the man departed from his high dwelling, and descended unto lower ground, separating himself from the wolf. And though he suffered loss, and his portion seemed diminished, yet hear ye the wisdom of this saying, Better is the loss of goods than the loss of the soul. For he that forsaketh the snare shall receive again with increase, and restoration followeth repentance as the morning followeth the night. Wherefore of a parable learn ye this lesson. Be not hasty to call a stranger thy Saviour, neither lodge every voice within thy gates, but try the Ruachoth, and cleave unto the shepherd. For many porters open doors, yet not every door leadeth unto life. Blessed is he that discerneth, and entereth only where truth abideth. Yea, doubtless, for behold, surely, the knob of the door, the palm of Elohim's hand alone doth openeth. For this is that which in the Ivraith tongue is to be interpreted. Keapil Shoer. Thus is the beginning of that which concludeth. And as for the very evil day, as aforementioned, it truly approacheth. Therefore let the wisdom of this book not be concealed, lest any reader be wise in his own deceit. As it is written, For Elohim shall bring every work into judgment, with every secret thing, whether it be good, or whether it be evil. An oracle against Gaza and Palestine fulfilled the word of Yahuwah, which Isaiah the captive saw in the final days before the great awakening and impending change, which shalt ensue shortly thereafter. It was appertaineth Gaza, and the stolen land of Palestine, as afore spoken of by Amok, who prophesied 2 years before the earthquake, and again as spoken of by the prophet Zephaniah, as it is written, For Gaza shall be forsaken, and Ashkelon a desolation. They shall drive out Ashdod at the noonday, and Ekron shall be rooted up. Woe unto the inhabitants of the sea-coast, the nation of the Cherethites! The word of Yahuwah is against you, O Canaan, the land of the Philistines. I will even destroy thee, that there shall be no inhabitant. And the sea-coast shall be dwellings and cottages for shepherds, and folds for flocks. And the coast shall be for the remnant of the house of Yahudah. They shall feed thereupon. In the houses of Ashkelon shall they lie down in the evening. For Yahuwah Eloheinu shall visit us, and turn away our captivity. The sovereign El-Yahusha saith thus, Eye hath not turned away the punishment of Gaza, namely, the war of which shall consume them in full, because they carried away captive the whole captivity in the Arabic slave trade, for to deliver them up to Edom, of whom are the synagogue of Satan. Therefore I have sent a fire on the wall of Gaza, which hath devoured the palaces thereof, and I have cut off the inhabitant from Ashdod, and him that held the scepter from Ashkelon, and hath turned mine hand against Ekron, that the remnant of the Palestinians art perished, saith Yahuwah Eluah. God's oracle against Israel fulfilled, but because we did not obey the voice of our Eluah Yahuwah, to observe carefully all his commandments and his statutes which he commanded us forever, that all these curses did indeed for long duration come upon us, and did overtake us. Therefore observe all ye nations who shall diligently consider from afar off, and O ye seed of Yaakov, cursed had you been in the city, and cursed had you been in the country. Cursed had been your basket, and your kneading bowl. Cursed had been the fruit of your body, and the produce of your land, the increase of your cattle, and the offspring of your flocks. Cursed had you been when you came in, and cursed had you been when you went out. Yahuwah had sent upon you cursing, confusion, and rebuke in all that you set your hand to do, until you had been destroyed, and until you had perished quickly, because of the wickedness of your doings, in which you had forsaken me. Yahuwah had made the plague cleave unto you, until he had consumed you from off the land which you went to possess. Yahuwah had smitten you with consumption, with fever, with inflammation, with extreme burning, with the sword, with blasting, and with mildew, and they had pursued you until you had perished. And your heavens which were over your head had been brass, and the earth that was under you had been iron. Yahuwah had made the rain of your land powder and dust. From heaven it had come down upon you, until you had been destroyed. Yahuwah had caused you to be smitten before your enemies. You had gone out one way against them, and fled 7 ways before them. And you had become troublesome unto all the kingdoms of the earth. And your carcass had been meat unto all fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man did frighten them away. Yahuwah had smitten you with the botch of Mitzrayim, and with emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof you could not be healed. Yahuwah had smitten you with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart, and you had groped at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and you did not prosper in your ways, and you had been only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man did save you. You had betrothed a woman, and another man had lain with her. You had built a house, and you had not dwelt therein. You had planted a vineyard, and had not gathered the grapes thereof. Your ox had been slain before your eyes, and you did not eat thereof. Your ass had been violently taken away from before your face, and had not been restored to you. Your sheep had been given unto your enemies, and you had none to rescue them. Your sons and your daughters had been given unto another people, and your eyes had looked and failed with longing for them all the day long, and there had been no might in your hand. The fruit of your land and all your labors had a nation which you knew not eaten up, and you had been only oppressed and crushed alway, so that you had been mad for the sight of your eyes which you saw. Yahuwah had smitten you in the knees and in the legs with a sore botch that could not be healed, from the sole of your foot unto the top of your head. Yahuwah had brought you, and your king, which you had set over you, unto a nation which neither you nor your fathers had known. And there had you served other Elohim, wood and stone, and you had become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations whither Yahuwah had driven you. You had carried much seed out into the field, and had gathered but little in, for the locust had consumed it. You had planted vineyards and dressed them, but had neither drunk of the wine nor gathered the grapes, for the worms had eaten them. You had olive trees throughout all your coasts, but you did not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olives had cast their fruit. You had begotten sons and daughters, but they had not been yours, for they had gone into captivity. All your trees and fruit of your land had the locust consumed. The stranger that was within you had gotten up above you very high, and you had come down very low. He had lent to you, and you did not lend to him. He had been the head, and you had been the tail. Moreover, all these curses had come upon you, and had pursued you, and overtaken you, till you had been destroyed, because you obeyed not the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded you. And they had been upon you for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon your seed forever, because you served not Yahuwah Eloheka with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore had you served your enemies, which Yahuwah had sent against you, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he had put a yoke of iron upon your neck, until he had destroyed you. Yahuwah had brought a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as America the fallen hadst fell, as an eagle who once was great, that nation whose tongue and you did not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which regarded not the person of the old, nor showed favor to the young. And they had eaten the fruit of your cattle and the fruit of your land, until you had been destroyed. which also left you neither corn, wine, nor oil, nor the increase of your kine, nor flocks of your sheep, until they had destroyed you. And they had besieged you in all your gates, until your high and fenced walls came down, wherein you trusted, throughout all your land. And they had besieged you in all your gates throughout all your land, which Yahuwah Elohika had given you. And you had eaten the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, which Yahuwah Elohika had given you, in the siege and in the straitness, wherewith your enemies had distressed you. The tender and delicate man among you had been evil toward his brother, and toward the woman of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children which he had left, so that he had not given to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he did eat, because he had nothing left him in the siege, and in the straitness, wherewith your enemies had distressed you in all your gates, the tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground, for delicateness and tenderness, her eye had been evil toward the man of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that came out from between her feet, and toward her children, which she bore. For she had eaten them, for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith your enemy had distressed you in your gates. If you did not observe to do all the words of this Torah that were written in this Sefer, that you might fear this glorious and fearful name, Yahuwah Elohika. Then Yahuwah had made your plagues wonderful, and the plagues of your seed, even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sicknesses, and of long continuance. Moreover, he had brought upon you all the diseases of Mitzrayim, which you were afraid of, and they had cleaved unto you. Also every sickness and every plague, which was not written in the Sefer of this Torah, them had Yahuwah brought upon you, until you had been destroyed, and you had been left few in number, whereas you had been as the stars of heaven for multitude, because you obeyed not the voice of Yahuwah Elohika. And it had come to pass that as Yahuwah rejoiced over you to do you good, and to multiply you, so Yahuwah had rejoiced over you to destroy you, and to bring you to naught, and you had been plucked from off the land whither you went to possess it. Moreover, Yahuwah had scattered us among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there we had served other Elohim, which neither we nor our fathers had known, even wood and stone. And among these nations had you found no ease, neither had the sole of your foot had rest. But Yahuwah had given you there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind, and your life had hung in doubt before you, and you had feared day and night, and had none assurance of your life. In the morning you had said, Would Elohai it were even, and at even you had said, Would Elohai it were morning, for the fear of your heart wherewith you feared, and for the sight of your eyes which you saw. And Yahuwah had brought you into Mitzrayim again with ships, by the way whereof I spoke unto you. You shall see it no more again, and there you had been sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man will redeem you. Yet I, Yahusha, will. Isaiah's song in the latter days of good and evil. The watchers are watching, the onlookers are looking. As the dreadful day of Yahuwah approacheth, they are taking notes of all that which has been transacted. As the righteous purify their garments of pure white, the wicked will continue to do wickedly, and none of them shall understand as a wise one would. The onlookers are cheering, and the watchers do watch. In the day of fierce wrath and just vengeance swiftly hastens. A cloud of witnesses do increase, till her full number of brethren art slain, just as she hath. The dearly beloved Kodeshim of Adonai Yahweh, rememberest thou that the watchers are watching, and onlookers are praying for justice on account of their slain blood overflowing in the earth, the moistened dust of the ground, from whence Adam was fashioned and formed by the hand of Yahweh, and from the breath of his lips as spoken word performed it. The blood of the slain doth lay accusation against thee. Surely as Yahuwah our Eluah be sovereign, he shall requite man's wickedness blow for blow, and according to his works shall he stand as arbiter of all disputes transacted in the earth, from righteous Havel even unto the last day. Because as surely as Yahuwah liveth, in truth, in justice, and in righteousness, the watchers are watching, and the onlookers are looking.